Okay, well, don't forget about those things because we're going to need that before we get to that evidence. I noticed that Mr. Arnold's not on this week's witness list. Is, do y'all not intend to call him? Okay. Hey, what you need? suggested limiting instruction for when Mr. Kendrick's plea comes in, and also covering Mr. Stillwell's pleas that already got admitted. Ms. Sharp, I guess, did y'all, that's what y'all are both jointly proposing?
Yes, I wanted clarity. My understanding is what Your Honor said last week was, obviously we have the same issue with Mr. Winfrey's plea and Mr. Nichols' pleas. My understanding from the discussions last week is that Your Honor was going to, I don't know what the term would be, but unadmit those convictions.
No.
Okay.
Because those were still, I think, overt acts, right? Are they or not?
Yeah.
The whatever Mr. Nichols pled to and what Mr. Arnold?
Winfrey.
Well, Winfrey's was an Alford plea.
Right, but the issue isn't the act or evidence of the acts.
Yeah.
The issue is non-testifying witnesses saying, yes, I did it. Which is what we expressed way back when they were admitted. It's a confrontation clause issue.
Yeah, it definitely is. Right, I remember being surprised that a limiter was not given at the time by the predecessor judge. Right. Was there any instruction on Winfrey's? I
cannot recall. Our stance is that the plea itself should not even be in evidence. Not even a limiting instruction wouldn't even be the issue. It just shouldn't be in. And same with Nichols. Same with Mr. Nichols. Although
now that they are not.
Mr. Winfrey never was sitting with us. So that our stance is that should have never been. But Mr. Nichols.
He has come in though to sort of explain some of his testimony.
No, he never testified. We were arguing that it was a controversial day because from our vantage point, the state was trying to suggest that Mr. Winfrey took a plea because of promises of a car or different things. But Mr. Steele at the time was rightfully pointing out that plea was not, the Supreme Court later found that plea was not voluntarily given.
Right, didn't that come into evidence then?
No, we were not allowed to get into that at all.
Yes, the fact that
the fact that it had been reversed and that he then entered an Alford plea instead of a guilty plea, right? That came in. That information came in, right?
The information he had to take the plea a second time came in. I don't think the reasoning came in, but the fact that he had to take the plea. So I want to be clear. I don't know if the underlying reason came in, but the fact that he had to take another plea about a month or so later.
Which didn't, that didn't help a lot for us because we wanted to get into the reasoning. But the bottom line is the plea, whether it was voluntary or involuntary at this point, it's still statements by Jimmy Winfrey, and he never took the stand. So,
all right, you know what? I may need to just review that trial testimony.
Who was on the stand?
We've got a rough of it, so I'm going to take a look at it again right now.
Great, thank you.
Mhm. Yes. About the certified of Winfrey's plea redacted somehow. Um, And Mr. Steele says, I know it's just going in and not going to be discussed, but at some point, and then the court says, well, yeah, I don't think it's going to go back with the jury anyway, and it's going to be redacted. Is there anything else I need to cover about it? I mean, so did it not get introduced in front of the jury and anybody say what it was? I mean, I hadn't read through the whole thing, but.
It did. The defense did not acquiesce to this, but there was a kind of a standard operating procedure
Mhm.
where things were being admitted and we discuss whether it goes back with the jury and things like that later on.
Yeah.
And so that is kind of the back and forth that occurred, but it was admitted in front of the jury.
Did they know what it was? Or was it just, here's exhibit number
I'd
350?
defer to the transcript, but I'm pretty
Okay.
sure there was a discussion that Jimmy Winfrey pled guilty to, or pled whatever he pled to the charges.
Okay, so this isn't the entirety of the transcript, but then it jumps to some questioning by Miss Hilton of a witness. I don't know who. Oh, yes. As it relates to this case, do you know if Jimmy Winfrey ever took a plea? Yes, he did. All right, we have all the jurors now. Okay, I'll continue to look at it over lunch or break. We're not going to need this limiter this morning, right?
No, Your Honor, we probably won't need it until when the next degree finishes.
Okay, great. All right, let's get the next witness, get the jury out to approach,
These are
sorry.
just, the PowerPoints that we're gonna show, so we have a copy of them.
Okay, okay.
And the exhibit list is on its way down once we get that. So these duplicates are, no, they're
All right, for jury.
Thank you. All right, y'all have your next witness on the stand. Sergeant Ingram, would you swear that witness for us? Can you stand up till you get sworn, please? All right, go ahead, Ms. Hilton.
Hollis Brown, Hollis Brown, Brown.
And good morning, Ms. Brown, how are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing well. Where are you currently employed?
Atlanta Police Department, Crime Scene Unit.
If you could speak up. for
Atlanta
me.
Police Department, Crime Scene Unit,
And how long have you been with the crime scene unit at Atlanta Police Department?
5 years.
And has your entire career with APD been as a crime scene tech?
Yes, ma'am.
Currently, what shift do you work?
I'm currently on day watch
And what time is that?
from 7 a.m. to 3 p.m.
When did you start on day watch?
July.
Prior to serving on day watch, what shift were you assigned?
I was on morning watch,
And what time is morning watch?
11 p.m. to 7 a.m.
And how long were you on morning watch?
I was on morning watch for 4 years.
And taking you to March 2022, were you working morning shift back in March of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to direct your attention to two separate locations that you responded to in March of 2022. First, I want to direct your attention to March 11th, 2022. Did you have the occasion to respond to I-7585 northbound and Fair Drive?
Yes.
And why did you respond to that location?
I was called to that scene for a homicide.
And I'm going to ask you today, do you remember the APD case number associated with that location?
No, ma'am.
Did you do a report in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Will looking at a copy of your report help refresh your memory as to the location, the APD case number?
I'm sorry.
Would taking a look at your police report help refresh your memory as to the APD case number?
Yes, ma'am.
Permission to approach your honor? I'm going to show you what I'm going to mark as 4VBA. Is that your police report?
Yes.
And does that help refresh your memory as to the APD case number associated with that police report?
Yes.
What is the APD case number?
2207000312.
And that's on March 11th?
Yes.
Why did you respond to that location?
I responded to that location for a homicide.
And about what time did you arrive at that location?
Approximately around 5.
Is that 5 a.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
And why were you requested to go to that location?
There was a vehicle on the expressway with a passenger who was deceased and another male had been transported.
What did you find when you got there?
I found a grayish looking vehicle with defects all around the driver's side, the rear, and the passenger side, with a deceased male sitting in the passenger seat, front passenger seat.
Did you see any of the shell casings?
Yes, they were on the expressway.
With the car, was there anything sitting on top of or around the car?
There was a handgun sitting on the roof of the vehicle,
On what side of the vehicle?
the driver's side.
And you said there was a passenger. Still seated in the car. Were they alive or deceased? Shell casings stand on that highway.
I don't really remember too much, but I know they were before we hit the vehicle.
When you say before you hit the vehicle, what do you mean?
So they started a little bit further back, going towards where the vehicle was at.
And did you take pictures of the scene as you found it?
Yes,
And have you had the opportunity to review some of those photographs that you took on March 11, 2022?
yes,
Okay, in front of you, you have the opportunity to look at State's Exhibit 4 VV through '63 VV.
yes,
And did you look at those previously when you were before coming into court?
yes,
All right. And do those appear to be a fair, accurate depiction of some of the images that you took back on March 11, 2022?
yes.
At this time, the state would like to admit State's Exhibit 4 VV through '63 VV into evidence.
Those are admitted.
How many shell casings did you recover?
I don't recall.
We're looking at a copy of your police report. Help refresh your memory.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Once you've read it and your memory's been refreshed, just look up and let me know.
Okay,
Okay. How many shell casings did you recover?
it was 31.
And when you recovered those shell casings, how did you package the shell casings when you recovered them?
Individually in a little coin pouch.
And what did you do with the shell casings once you recovered them and packaged them in the coin pouch?
I took them back to our annex and processed them for latent prints.
And after processing for latent prints, what did you do with those shell casings?
I placed them back in an individual coin bag, labeled them, and then sent them off to our crime lab.
What caliber shell casings were they?
9mm.
Now I'm going to publish first, starting with State's Exhibit 4 VV. And it should come up on your screen as well.
And now also looking at 6 VV. Now I want to go to 6 VV. And then 7 VV. Is this the vehicle in which you found on the highway when you arrived at the location? Yes. Turn into 10 VV. What is in 19 VV through 51 VV? They're photos of my casings. Okay. And are those the individual photos of the shell casing that you collected? Yes. All right. Now I want to go to 53 VV. '54 VV. 55 VV. 56 VV. 57 VV. 58 VV. 59 VV. 60 VV. 61 VV. 62 VV. And 63 VV. Were those all the shell casings that you collected in this case? Yes.
And looking at starting from 53 VV to 63 VV, was that the stretch of where all of the shell casings were on the highway?
Yes,
And did the shell casing start from the rear of the vehicle where you found it all the way up towards the front of the vehicle?
yes,
And did it go past the front of the vehicle?
yes,
And were all the shell casings that you recovered on that scene 9mm?
yes,
After collecting and processing the shell casings, once you went back to headquarters and after you took your pictures, did that conclude your involvement in this case?
yes.
All right. Now I want to direct your attention to March 16th, 2022. Did you have the occasion to respond to 2830 Waters Road in Atlanta, Georgia?
Yes,
And was that about 5 days after the incident that we just looked at?
yes.
And do you remember that APD case number?
No, ma'am.
Did you do a report in that case?
Yes, ma'am.
Will looking at a copy of your report help refresh your memory as to the case number, APD case number?
Yes, ma'am.
Permission to approach again, Your Honor. I'm going to show you what I'm going to mark as 248 VVA. Do you recognize 248 VVA?
Yes,
And how do you recognize 248 VVA?
it's my report with my name on it.
And what is the APD? Does that help refresh your memory as to the APD case number associated with this case?
Yes,
What is the APD case number?
220750015.
And that day was 3/16/2022?
Yes,
And what time did you respond to that location?
around 2:30.
Is that in the morning?
Yes, ma'am.
And for the March 11th incident, did you say that you responded about 5 a.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
And why did you respond to that location?
I was called to this location for a shots fired call.
And what was the weather conditions like when you responded to that location?
It was raining a lot.
You said it
It was raining a lot.
And does rain affect how you process a scene?
Yes, it can.
How?
It can distort my photos a little bit. It can also be hard to find certain pieces of evidence.
And when you say certain piece of evidence, what type of evidence might be more challenging to find when it's raining outside?
Casings, anything involving glass, blood.
What did you observe when you first responded to that scene?
When I arrived, I noticed there were shell casings laying in the grass area by the fence. In front of the fence, there was a little street. There was casings located in the street as well. There was defects in vehicles to the next door, the house next door. There were defects also in the fence and the vehicle in front of the house.
Did you take pictures when you arrived to this location?
Yes,
And have you had the opportunity to review those photographs before your testimony here today?
yes.
Commissioner approach, Your Honor. Okay, I want to first show you 248 VV through 271 VV. Are these images that you saw prior to your coming into court today?
Yes,
And then I'm gonna show you next 272 VV through 308 VV. Are those also items or pictures that you saw prior to your testimony today?
yes,
And then last but not least, 309 VV through 315 VV. Had you had the opportunity to review those photos prior to your testimony here today?
yes,
Do those appear to be fair and accurate depictions of the pictures that you took on March 16, 2022?
yes,
You're at this time, the state would like to tender State's Exhibit 248 VV to 315 VV into evidence.
Those are admitted.
And permission to publish.
You may.
First, starting with 248 VV. And is that the mailbox located in front of the location?
yes.
And what is the address on the mailbox?
2830,
And is that Waters Road?
yes.
All right. Now looking at 249 VV. What is depicted in 249 VV?
That's where the scene occurred.
Okay. And looking at 249 VV, do you see the gate that's in front of the location?
Yes,
Are there any defects in that gate in front of the location?
yes.
Where on the gate are the defects?
They're gonna be in between the trash cans.
And for the record, is that the blue Atlanta recycling trash can and the green trash can?
Yes,
And is that also where the hand is indicating on the picture?
yes.
Right. Now looking at 252 VV. What is contained in 252 VV?
That is a vehicle parked in front of the residence.
And there's some other kind of spots on the image. Is that from the raindrops?
Yes,
All right. Looking at 253, 254, and 255 VV, is that the same vehicle that we just looked at previously?
yes.
Now, looking at 255 VV, what, if anything, were you depicting in 255 VV?
The defect in the vehicle.
And if we can scroll in, is that the defect that you're referring to?
Yes.
Do you recall sitting here now, what side of the vehicle that defect is on?
From this photo, it looks like the passenger side,
Okay.
rear passenger window.
All right. Now looking at 257 VV. What is being depicted in 257 VV?
The driver's side of the vehicle with defects.
And I'm going to show you, where are the two defects, excuse me? Or not two, where are the defects that you see?
The driver's side window.
Are there any other defects on the driver's side of the car?
I don't see, well, there's one right here below the side view mirror, a little bit further down where the mouse is.
Is that where the hand is?
Yes,
And if we can pull the photo towards the left. Are there any other defects?
I can't see from this photo, so no.
Turning, if you can look behind you, are there any defects on the back window?
It looks like it may be a defect. I can't really tell between the raindrops.
Okay. Now looking at 258 VV. Is that a close-up of the defect that we saw on the front passenger, excuse me, the front driver's side window?
Yes,
All right. 259 VV. Is that a defect on the rear driver's side above the rear tire?
yes,
260 VV. Is that a close-up of the defect that was on the front driver's side of the vehicle?
yes,
Now looking at 261 VV.
Where's this area of the home?
This is on the right side of the residence.
And this is on the front porch of the residence?
Yes.
All right. Looking at 262 and 263 VV, what were you depicting in 262 and 263 VV?
The defect in the burglar bar and also the window.
Now looking at 264 VV and 265 VV. What were you depicting in 265 VV?
Showing the defects in the doors.
And is this a defect as we zoom in at the top of the door?
Yes.
And is there another defect as we zoom in on the bottom of the door?
Yes.
If you could zoom in. Now looking at 266, 267, and 268 VV. What were you depicting the security cameras?
Yes.
All right. Now looking at 269 VV. 270 VV. 271 VV. Are those the shell casings that you spoke of earlier that were on the scene when you arrived?
Yes.
And from pictures 272 through 308, are those just the individual pictures of all the shell casings that you collected?
Yes.
How many shell casings did you collect?
Around 40, if I'm not mistaken.
And do you recall the types of shell casings that you collected?
They were,
That's
they
fine.
don't, well, okay. They were 40s, I'm sorry, they were 5.57s, 223, 40s, and 9s.
Okay. And have you had the opportunity to look at those items today before your testimony?
Yes.
Mr. Sharp. Permission to approach you being around.
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 424 VV. You can, the gloves, you come prepared. Can you look in that bag and tell me if you recognize the items in your bag? In the bag, excuse me.
Yes.
Okay. And how do you recognize those items?
They're casings from my scene with my handwriting.
All right. And do they appear to be in the same or similar condition as when you collected them on March 16, 2022?
The casings or the packaging?
The packaging.
Yes.
Okay. And is your identification on all of the packaging as you remember it from March of 2022, March 16th of 2022?
Yes.
This time the state would like to tender and admit the contents of 424 VV into evidence.
All right, that's admitted.
Can you tell us how many of each type of shell casing did you find?
There were 11 5.7s, 2 223s, 8 40 calibers, and 19 9mm.
11 5x7.
2 223s, 8 40s, and 19 9mm.
When you collected those shell cases, did you do the same thing that you discussed, that you did earlier with the March 11th shell casings?
Yes,
And when you talked about the March 11th shell cases and how you packaged them, did you package the shell casing from March 11th in the similar way that you packaged these shell casings?
yes,
And then did you turn these shell casings over to the APD crime lab in order for any further testing?
yes,
After taking the pictures, collecting the evidence, and turning it over to APD, that concludes your involvement in this case.
yes.
All right, court's indulgence for a moment. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Cross.
Good morning,
Good morning.
crime scene take Brown. My name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell, okay? Let me just ask you about the March 11th scene that you worked on first, okay?
That's the one from the expressway, correct?
The expressway. Now, did you write a report regarding that case?
Yes,
Okay. Do you have that report?
yes, sir.
Okay. If you need to refer to the report, just let me know if you need to refresh your recollection, okay?
Okay,
All right. March 11th on the expressway, we saw the pictures. Looked like a Kia Stinger on the right lane of the expressway.
yes,
Okay, and the car had numerous bullet holes in it. Correct?
yes.
Okay. Who were the victims in that case?
For my report, I only have one listed, and that
Oh.
was the driver,
And the driver, what was the driver's name?
Christian McMiller.
Okay. All right. And your understanding is 2 people were shot and ultimately died in that case, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know if anyone has been arrested for that case?
No,
No, you don't know, or no, no one has?
no, I don't know.
Okay. All right. I'm going to move to March 16th, okay, 2830 Waters Road. It sounds like from the pictures, there's a house on Waters Road with a wooden fence around it, correct?
Yes,
And that's what your pictures reflect?
yes,
Okay. And when you arrived, it was rainy day, and you were doing your best to document the evidence, correct?
yes,
Okay. And there were a number of shell casings. I think you said you collected 40, correct?
yes,
And were they all outside the fence?
yes,
Okay. And you noted as part of your work that there were bullet defects, there were holes in the house, in the windows, in cars that were parked in the yard, correct?
yes,
Okay. It was consistent with people shooting from the street area towards that house, correct?
yes.
Okay. Do you know anyone who has been charged with shooting at that house?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, I just wanted to make sure I'm clear. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Thank you. So, Ms. Brown, this brown paper bag is labeled 424VV, correct?
Yes,
And that's the paper bag that you put all the shell casings you collected from 2830 Waters Road, correct?
yes,
Okay. Now, you preserve that evidence so it could be later processed by GBI or other people for ballistics and things of that nature, correct?
Yes.
Knife hits, etc.
yes,
All right. If I am to ask the scientists or the GBI people later on about this case, what numbers would I need to know that we're talking about the same shell casings?
There were 40 cases, so it should be numbers 1 through 40.
As far as the case number, would it go by the APD case number, or what would be the cross-reference, if you know?
I'm sorry, I don't know how GBI actually labels theirs.
Okay, but you have it in the case number that you've already given us, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. One other thing I just wanted to clarify and possibly correct. We talked about the different shell casings that were collected, right? In a total of 40.
Yes,
Okay. There was 2 223s,
yes,
840 caliber,
yes,
19 9mm,
yes,
and 11 5.7 by 28, correct?
yes.
Okay. Ms. Hill, do I have your permission to correct that? So it shouldn't say 5.7, it shouldn't say 5 times 7, it should say 5.7 by 28, correct?
Yes,
And all of these shell casings are for different caliber bullets, correct?
yes,
And a gun wouldn't shoot different caliber bullets. A gun would just shoot one specific caliber, correct?
I'm sorry, I'm not a ballistics expert. I
Okay.
just know they fire.
Fair enough. Thank you. Okay, I have no further questions. Thank you.
No questions.
Okay, redirect.
Just looking at your photos from March 16th, I want you to look at 310 VV through 315 VV.
Which numbers?
310 VV through 315 VV.
Okay.
Earlier, you talked about going to another home and taking pictures of some defects. Is that the home next door to 2830 where you went and took other pictures?
Yes,
And looking at 311 VV, 312, 313, 314, and 315, is that the vehicle that was of interest that had defects inside of the vehicle?
yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right, thank you for your time. You're excused. Call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, the state called Detective Packer to stand.
Judge,
Yes.
you'd like for me to leave these here?
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. Thanks. I don't think so. I don't think he's testified yet.
My name is Kevin Leon Packer. It's Kevin. My last name is Leonpaccher.
Good morning, Detective Lane Packer. How are you doing?
Well, thank you. Good morning.
Can you tell the jury where you're currently working at?
Well, working and employed, I'm a detective with the Atlanta Police Department. I've been with APD for over 22 years. And after spending the last about 14 and a half years in the homicide unit, I have also joined the FBI as a task force officer. And my current assignment is, as of about 3 weeks ago, I've moved out of my role in homicide to a role as a full-time task force officer with the FBI, assigned to a violent crime squad in the Atlanta division or the Atlanta field office here.
In general, what are some of your roles and responsibilities that you currently do?
So Currently, I'm over 14 years in homicide. I'm tying up a lot of loose ends, finishing up some case files, and still doing some active case work on some of those cases. But my primary role with the FBI is in this violent crime squad. We work any violent crimes that have a federal nexus, essentially any violent crimes that might be a federal offense. I work on exigent circumstance cases, sometimes prisoner escapees, sometimes kidnappings, sometimes missing children. I'm also a member of the FBI's Cellular Analysis Survey team after having gone through the certification curriculum for the CAST team last year.
Do you work with Agent Bernie?
I do, regularly and often.
Now, when was it that you started working with the FBI?
June 1st of last year, so about a year and a half ago now.
Now, when you were with APD and working as a homicide detective, do you have any experience with extracting cell phones?
I do.
Can you explain to the jury what experience you have regarding that?
Starting with my experience with APD that led me to mobile device forensics or dumping cell phones. After being a patrol officer, I joined APD in 2002, and I was a patrol officer up until 2008, where I made detective. I spent a year doing mostly violent crime investigations, but any generalized investigations. Sometimes I work shootings and robberies, and sometimes I'd work parcel thefts, like package thefts and fraud. In 2009, I was transferred to the Special Victims Unit, where my role there was working offenses, investigations into offenses of a sexual nature, but primarily those involving children, with an emphasis on protecting children from online exploitation. And in that role, I began to familiarize myself with mobile device forensics, because mobile devices were an instrument used to affect that type of crime. In 2010, I moved to the homicide unit, and there's been just an ever increasing use of mobile devices in criminal investigations and the data that we can obtain from them. In 2014, I attended my first formalized training in mobile device forensics, and that was a class put on by the Public Agency Training Council. They're a very large private entity that conducts law enforcement training. And that instruction was cell phone technology and forensic data recovery. So that was instruction, a 1-week course, 40 hours on working with cell phone records, mapping out cell phone activity, how phones communicate with cell networks. But it was also mobile device forensics. And at the conclusion of that class, I also obtained a certification in Oxygen Forensic Suite, which is one of the many tools that we use to dump cell phones, or at least did back then. In 2018, I attended a certification course put on by a company called MSAB, and they make a tool called XRY. Again, one of the forensic tools that are out there available for law enforcement to use to dump cell phones and get data off of cell phones. And I obtained 2 certifications from XRY. One was just a standard certification in mobile device forensics, and the other was an intermediate certification, which worked with doing some advanced extractions of mobile devices. In between 2014 and present day, I've taken other webinars, workshops, in-person workshops with various companies, including Gray Shift and Magnet Forensics, and product updates with XRY. I've attended and spoken at several conferences across the US and internationally, detailing how I use mobile device forensics and the extraction process, and then sifting through data in criminal investigations, and learn from others and other law enforcement agencies that are doing the same to try to identify new strategies for sifting through data.
Now, roughly how many phone extractions have you done in your law enforcement career?
Several hundred would probably be a low number. It's not uncommon in many cases to come across, especially cases that have multiple suspects, to come across 10 or more devices in a single case. In my 14 plus years working homicide investigations, we didn't just dump suspects' phones, but oftentimes with the consent of witnesses that may have received a text message that was relevant to an investigation, or captured video of a crime in progress. We would conduct extractions of those as well. So a low ball, several hundred, probably into over 1,000 devices.
Now, when you were with APD homicide, would other detectives or officers come to you to help them with phone extractions?
Yes, often.
Did you ever have, or let me ask you this, do you know an investigator, Viverito?
I do.
Has she ever utilized or asked your help to extract cell phones on cases she's working?
Many times, in many different cases.
And before testifying here today, did you have an opportunity to review some USBs that pertain to some phone extractions?
Yes.
I'm approaching you with what's marked as 227 Victor Victor 1 and 227 Victor Victor 2. Can you tell the jury, or let me ask you first, do you recognize those items?
I do.
And what are they?
They are USB drives, one of which contains cell phone extractions that were from devices associated with Mr. Shannon Stillwell or Shannon Jackson. I'm familiar with him by both names. And the other is and I should say that one is State's Exhibit 227 VV1.
That's correct.
And then the other one, which is a silver and gray USB device, State's Exhibit 227 VV2, contains mobile device extractions for phones that are associated with Marquavius Huey.
And how many phones extractions are there on each of those USBs?
If I could review
Yes.
my notes, but I believe it was 3 for each device. Yes, 3 for each device.
Now,
each USB drive.
can you describe for the jury, you've discussed phone extractions, what kind of data comes back? Can you kind of describe the process when you get a phone to extract?
Yes, it depends, is the short answer. So it depends on the state of the phone, whether or not it's powered on or powered off at the time we recover it, and whether or not the user had unlocked it since it's last being powered on. That's a good state for us, and using some advanced forensic tools, we can still recover a lot of data, even if we don't even know the passcode to the phone. So in a situation like that, we would recover most data that we would want to see for investigative purposes, like calls, messages, not just messages that are text messages, but messages that are iMessages, which are not text messages, by the way. iMessages sent from iPhone to iPhone do not travel through the cellular network like an SMS message. Those do not appear on records from cell phone companies. Those will only appear in mobile device extractions. So, so we recover messages, photographs, videos, web history, sometimes health data, again, dependent upon the state of the phone, and third-party application data. So depending upon how an application works, if it stores data on the device, then we can sometimes recover that data. And depending upon the forensic tool we use, it could parse out that data and show it in the messages section as well. For instance, DMs on Instagram may appear in a cell phone extraction. In the case of a phone being powered off, Apple uses encryption to encrypt data. And if the phone powers off, from iPhone 5S, which is a long time ago, to present day iPhone 16, there's a whole separate chipset inside of Apple iPhones that does nothing but hardware encryption for iOS devices or iPhones. And that can present some challenges to us. If we do not have the passcode for the phone and the phone's powered off, we're gonna have a difficult time getting all that data that we wanna see for investigative purposes. And we'll be left with sometimes a list of blocked numbers on the device, sometimes some cached images or images that are temporarily stored in the phone's memory, but aren't the photos and videos taken by the camera inside the phone. We won't see messages or web history. So we're very limited if the phone's powered off. So again, it depends, but the shorter answer is, in best case scenario, we get pretty much everything that you have on your phone.
Now, with is two of the phones that investigator Viperito asked you to extract pertaining to Shannon Jackson or Shannon Stillwell. Did investigator Viperito have a passcode for those?
Yes.
And roughly, was it in December of 2022 when you conducted the extraction on those two phones?
Yes.
I wanted to also circle back. You had mentioned web history. Is when the data comes back, are you able to look and see web searches?
Yes.
Can you describe for the jury what that means or what that may show?
What's important to note that whatever we get on the phone is just a log of activity for the phone. So I may not know who was physically holding the phone unless we have a witness or it's on video to show who was physically operating a device. So when I see web history or I see a search that appears in the web history, what I know is that the phone navigated to the internet and conducted this search. So for instance, if I go onto my iPhone and I go to Google and I type in a search term, then I would see the URL or the web address of what that search term result is. That's the page that Google will navigate to, that my phone will navigate to. And in that URL, you'll see an indication that this may have been a Google search. You'll see some indication of what the search terms were. If there's multiple search terms like Kevin Leon Packer Court, then you may see Kevin plus Leon Packer plus Court. And what that means is that the phone navigated to that page that may have those results from Google. If someone were to send a link of search results, which I don't think I've ever seen someone send a link of Google search results, but that would have the same web address. So whether someone types in the search term or navigates to the page that resulted in those search terms because someone, say, texted them a link, then you would still navigate to the Google page that has the results for those search terms.
Now, when you do these phone extractions for other detectives, like you did in this case for Viverito, you didn't personally, in this case, review the contents of the extraction. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, when you give it to them, are they able to navigate and see the data that you just described?
Yes.
And is the system that they see that data for messages or calls, are they able to tell if it's incoming, outgoing, and who they're communicating with?
Yes. The tool that I use and used in this case is XRY. That's the one that's made by that company, MSAB. And XRY has essentially, it's two different tools. One is the extraction tool, that's XRY. And then the reviewer or reader tool is called Examine. So Examine is used to open up the XRY extracted files, and it presents the results of the extraction. And you can create filters. You can say, I want to see all the calls, or I want to see all the messages, or you can select both and say, I want to see just calls and messages. And when you click on messages, it brings up the messages. It's essentially divided into 3 columns. Filters on one side, the left, calls, messages. And then in the middle, it'll display the calls and messages. And you can sort it by time or sort it by how frequently someone communicated with this person. And then when you click on a message, in the right-hand side, it'll give you more details about it. So you can tell in the center column or in the more details column on the right from whom the message was sent and to whom it was sent.
Now, when you extract these phones, is there any data gleaned of if various SIM cards were used on a phone?
Yes.
Can you describe, one, what a SIM card is and how that data may show up?
SIM cards, which are slowly going away. SIM cards are physical cards that insert into a mobile device. Before we had them just for like GSM phones. That's before we went to like what modern day LTE technology is. We would have a SIM card in like an AT&T phone, but maybe not a Verizon phone. But with SIM cards, they're inserted into the device and they contain information that is used to authenticate that phone or that user on the cellular network. So there are a couple of identifiers. One is an ICCID. That's the SIM card identifier, integrated circuit card identifier. The other is the IMSI, or International Mobile Subscriber Identity. That's a unique identifier for a cellular network, and the IMSI is used in that authentication process. You put a SIM card in your phone, you turn it on. If you have AT&T or now Verizon, it goes to the Verizon cell sites and it goes through an authentication process. Verizon looks at your IMSI, identifies your phone number. The phone number is stored on the SIM card as well. And it says, yes, Kevin's paid his bill this month. He's allowed to use the cellular network and you'll have access to make and receive calls. In iOS devices or iPhones, some of that SIM data is stored. Even if you remove the SIM card from the device, we may still see the ICC ID or the IMSI and the date that SIM card was in the device. It'll have a date last updated.
Did you see any SIM card changes in the two phones associated with Shannon Stillwell or Shannon Jackson that you got in December of
I
22?
did.
And did you ever find or see any connection or association with a phone number ending in any phone numbers of interest? I should say?
Yes.
What was that connection?
Well, there was a phone number that I understand was a phone number that was identified by
Sustained.
What was the phone number without saying anything else about it?
the phone number is 470-814-8694.
And what was the connection with that 8694 phone number when you looked at the cell phones you got in December related to Shannon Stillwell or Shannon Jackson?
It was the phone number associated with an Apple iPhone 12 mini. And that was one of those devices that investigator Viverito asked me to conduct a forensic analysis of, and that she provided the passcode for.
Now, after you gave, Your Honor, the state tenders State's Exhibit 227, Victor 1 and 2 into evidence.
Yes. Don't go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Detective Leanpacker, did you have the opportunity on March 17th of 2022 to participate in a search warrant at
Yes.
2830 Waters Road?
Yes.
Can you describe for the jury how you got involved in that search warrant?
Well, I mentioned just a moment ago that I know Investigator Viverito. I've worked with her a lot over the years. She's been in a few different roles, and I've worked with her in each of those capacities with the different agencies that she's worked with, including when the search warrant was obtained and to be executed. So she asked for my assistance to execute the search warrant, and that's why I participated.
Now, when you got there, was it daylight or nighttime?
It was daylight.
And was there other units within APD that were there for the search?
Yes.
What were some of those units?
The SWAT team, our intelligence unit, I think some gang unit investigators, and myself, and I believe my sergeant and our homicide unit, Ray Layton, were there, and our crime scene technician.
Now, you personally, when you go to scenes or work cases, do you take any photographic or video evidence yourself?
Sometimes.
And what do you use for that?
Usually a city issued cell phone to photograph or video a walkthrough of the area.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes.
Now, Your Honor, I am approaching with what's been marked as 336 Victor. Detective Leanpacker, before testifying here today, have you had a chance to review that medium I gave you?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what that is?
336 VV State's Exhibit contains all the photographs and videos that I took while I was out there on Waters Road.
And I'm also going to approach you, Detective Leanpacker, with what's been marked as State's Exhibits 316 Victor through 335 Victor. Are those photographs that you took the scene that day?
Yes, and at least one photograph is, I believe I took when I was back at Atlanta Police Headquarters after packaging some of the evidence, and I photographed the packaging of it.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence 316 Victor through 335, as well as 336 Victor, the USB.
All right, those are admitted, and also you tendered, but then we broke, and I don't think I admitted on the record 227 Victor 1 and 2. Those are also admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to publish 336 Victor. Now, is this the location that you were at, Detective Leanpacker, on March 17, 2022?
Yes.
And when you do document search warrants or scenes that you walk through, do you kind of take an overview of the location?
Yes.
And is this you walking to the mailbox to document the address for this search?
Yes.
Now, had SWAT already cleared the residence by the time that you started searching?
Yes.
And I'm going to publish another portion of State's Exhibit 336, Victor Victor. Was there a Audi that you see in this clip when you got there?
Yes.
Now, do you typically try to capture the VIN number of vehicles that are on scenes?
Usually.
Can you tell the jury how were law enforcement officers able to get in this Audi vehicle?
You can see on the left there at the door, there's a coat hanger. The window was ajar, and investigators used a coat hanger to tug on the door handle to open the vehicle and access the interior of it.
Now, was there a firearm in that car?
Yes, on the passenger floorboard, protruding up into there's me. The passenger floorboard, the firearm was laying down on the floorboard and leaning against the passenger seat.
Now, after documenting the firearm inside of the vehicle, did you ever pull it out of the vehicle to examine it closer?
Yes.
I am going to publish 318 Victor Victor. Is that a picture of the firearm in the passenger seat where you found it?
Yes.
And what type of firearm was it?
This was a Ruger AR 5.56. It takes 5.56 caliber ammunition.
And I'm going to publish another portion of 336 Victor Victor. Do you see on the screen before I start this magazine and a firearm on the roof of the car?
Yes, that is the magazine that was inserted into the weapon when it was recovered.
Now, I'm going to play this first and ask you, is that cartridge you saw on the purple glove something that you had to get out of? Was that in the chamber or in the firearm when you examined it?
Best I recall, I could review my notes for it to refresh my recollection, but best I recall, yes, it was loaded with one round chambered and it had to be cleared to extract that round from the chamber.
If I approach you with a copy of your incident report, would that help refresh your memory?
Yes. I've refreshed my recollection about what I wrote in the incident report.
And what do you recall about that piece of ammunition?
My recollection's unchanged, that it was loaded with one round in the chamber, but I did not specifically note in my incident report that that round was chambered. But you can see the magazines are loaded, and the one round out would have been the round that we cleared from the firearm. And that's what I recall about the condition of that firearm when it was collected.
Now, I wanted to ask you, and I'm going to show you from this clip. Can you describe for the jury what is that, two magazines? And can you describe like what that was and with the tape and the different magazines?
Well, there's two magazines that are designed to fit that weapon, that AR, and they're taped together facing opposite directions. So if one were to insert the magazine and fire enough rounds to use all of the ammunition in that one magazine, one could then pull the magazine out, flip it over, reinsert it, and get back in battery and begin shooting additional rounds without having to drop a magazine, retrieve an additional magazine from an alternate location, and then load it in. It's taped together so it makes a quick extract, turnover, reload, and then the firearm would be ready to fire again.
Now, did you also collect this firearm that day?
I did.
Now, I am approaching with what is marked as 223 Victor Victor. And oh, actually, one brief second. With this specific firearm, did you do any research with this and contact any other law enforcement entities?
I did.
Can you describe for the jury what you did in relation to this firearm?
Is it permissible to talk about the results of inquiries I made on the firearm?
Yes.
Okay. So I checked the serial number of the firearm in the same way we would run a license plate to see if a car was stolen. We can run serial numbers of articles and firearms to see if they have been reported stolen. What I found was this firearm was reported stolen while in transit from a Ruger manufacturer in North Carolina while it was en route, I believe via UPS, to Baton Rouge, Louisiana, somewhere between origin and destination. It was stolen in this essentially cargo theft from UPS. And so it was recovered when I wrote the report for it. The ATF investigates firearms stolen while in transit. And I communicated with an agent of the ATF who then recovered the firearm at a later time.
Now, ultimately, did the ATF ever come or get in possession of that firearm?
Yes. Yeah, I made arrangements to ensure that the firearm, after being test fired for examination purposes and testing purposes, was then released into the custody of that ATF agent so he could continue his investigation.
Now, Detective Lean Packer, I'm going to publish 319 Victor Victor. Is this another photograph of that same firearm?
Yes.
I'm going to publish 320 Victor Victor. Is this a close-up where the trigger mechanism would be?
Yes.
And 323 Victor Victor. Is this another photograph of those taped magazines in the gun?
Yes.
Now, did you find any other items in that vehicle that you documented that day?
Yes.
What did you find?
There was a pink colored wool cap, I believe, in the back seat.
Did you collect that item?
Yes.
I'm approaching you with what's marked as 340 Victor Victor. And Detective Lean Packer, when you collect items at a scene, are you familiar with how APD property evidence labels and case numbers are for pieces of evidence?
Yes.
And is there any identifying features on that? And if you need to open it, you by all means can. That helps you know what is inside of it.
Well, I packaged this item and sealed it. My initials were on the original evidence seal. And I also wrote on there that it was a pink wool cap recovered from the Audi. And in the evidence label that I created, I labeled it as the brand Time and True pink wool cap. So at the time that I packaged it in this evidence envelope, it was a pink wool cap.
Your Honor, the state moves to tender into evidence 340 Victor Victor. And this,
I have an objection. Is 340 the firearm or the envelope there?
it is the envelope with the pink wool cap.
Objection, relevance 403.
Overruled.
And to be clear, this the vehicle where officers put the coat hanger inside of it, is this the Audi we're talking about where you found this pink wool cap?
Yes.
That first vehicle, if you were to enter the property on kind of the right-hand side of the yard. I'll go back to 318 Victor Victor. Is this the vehicle that you found that pink wool cap?
Yes.
Did you also find any temporary tags or license plates in that vehicle?
Yes, multiple.
I am going to publish 324 Victor Victor. Are these some of the temporary plates that you found?
Yes,
And did you ever find a driver's license or identification in that car?
I did.
I'm going to publish 325 Victor Victor. Who was the individual's name that you found?
Eric Jerome Moore.
I'm going to publish 326 Victor Victor. Did you find some other registration paperwork for that vehicle
Yes,
with the same individual's name?
yes.
Now I'm going to publish another portion of, and is this the pink wool cap that you were just discussing?
Yes, and I've looked inside the envelope, which is open, and I can see it's the same pink wool cap.
I'm going to publish another portion of State's Exhibit 336, Victor Victor. And just to be clear, this is the video footage that you personally recorded that day. Is that fair?
Yes,
And to the right, that's depicted on the screen, is the vehicle we were just discussing.
yes.
Did you find any other firearms in the yard that day?
Yes. Approaching this Jeep vehicle on the ground, there was this firearm with a drum magazine.
Is the circular item the drum magazine?
Yes,
Is that increase the capacity of rounds that it can hold?
yes. The drum magazine is a high capacity ammunition magazine that loads rounds or cartridges in a circular motion. And as rounds feed into the firearm, they continue loading a round in that circular motion to feed into the firearm. So it's just a high capacity magazine.
Now, Detective Leanpacker, I am approaching you now with what's marked as 223 Victor Victor. And I wanted to ask you if you're able to recognize that before you.
Is it okay to go ahead and open it up?
It is.
Yes.
And what is that item?
It's the firearm that was just depicted in the video, and it's a AK M10762P firearm, and the drum magazine that was there as well.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence what is marked as State's Exhibit 223 Victor Victor.
Objection, Your Honor, relevance in 403. Has nothing to
We may need
do with
to
this case.
Your Honor,
check that up.
I object to the speaking objections, and I can explain relevance outside
All
the
right.
presence of the jury.
Come on up.
So, Detective Lean Packard, this is the firearm we were just discussing with the drum magazine that we see in the yard of 2830 Waters Road.
Yes, still covered with the same dirt.
Do you know if it rained the night prior?
I don't recall.
Now, I'm going to. And I'm going to publish 328 Victor Victor. Is this the firearm that we were just discussing?
Yes.
I'm going to publish 329 Victor Victor. And with this specific type of magazine, do you see how the ammunition at the very end to the right? Does it keep feeding into it until all rounds are discharged or something else?
Till all rounds are discharged, or whoever's operating it stops shooting, as long as there's still rounds left. But yes, that's how it feeds, and that it's loaded in that circular motion and feeds up through the magazine into the firearm.
One brief moment. Now, you had mentioned that Jeep Liberty that we saw in that video.
Yes.
Was there any defects in that car or anything of note in that blue Jeep Liberty?
Yes.
What did you see?
On the driver's door, there appeared to be what we often say in homicide cases. We don't know what caused it, but it's a defect consistent with gunfire. It looked like a bullet hole in the door.
Now, I am about to publish, before I do, another portion of 336 Victor Victor. What part of the house is this frame right here?
This is the rear of the house.
And is that a stairwell in the rear that you see in this photograph?
There's a set of stairs that leads up, and then there's an open door in the back.
And did you ever go and explore or examine the basement level of this residence?
Yes.
I'm going to publish this next portion of 336 Victor Victor now. And is this opening that you are walking towards the basement of the home?
Yes.
Was there another stairwell inside of the basement?
There's stairs. Yes.
Were you able to get inside the home from those stairwell?
No. No, it's closed off. It's like wood that's like nailed shut, so it did not permit access from the basement level into the house.
Now, when you looked in the ceiling in this basement, was there any openings that were in the basement?
Yes.
And do you know where that went?
Into the house level above, but I don't recall which room it was.
Now, ultimately, did you go and conduct a search of the house inside the home?
Yes.
I am publishing 336 Victor Victor, another portion. But before I do, what is that? Or let me ask you this. If you were to walk in the front door, do you know where we are in the house with this photograph right now?
Yes, if you walk in the front door, just to the left, there was a television, a large television, a flat panel TV, and yeah, there's some wires hanging down there.
I am publishing this next portion of 336 Victor Victor. Did you ever find or see any device that normally would be plugged into those when you were searching there at that time?
Yes and no. I did see at least one camera on the front porch that had a light illuminating from it, indicating the camera had power. And I believe these wires to terminate to that camera, because I was essentially trying to follow what are these cameras plugged into. And then so that on one end, I expect that one of these wires is plugged into at least that camera. On this end, no. You see those wires, they said to DVR, which I would expect to be a video recording system, a digital video recording system that would capture surveillance video from any cameras that terminated at the end of those wires. And these wires dangling there suggested there may have been one, but there was none there when I was there.
Now, Detective Leanpacker, I'm going to play briefly this last portion of the video, that the portion of 336 Victor Victor. Was there a bedroom nearby where these cords were?
Yes.
And after looking at the cords, did you ever go into that bedroom?
Yes.
And did you ever look in the closet in that bedroom?
Yes.
And in just a second, that right there, did you see that in the floorboard?
Yes.
What is that?
It's a void in the floor.
And do you know, did that go down, if you know, to the basement?
As I recall, yes, that was the hole in the floor that led to the basement. Or that, I should say, opened up to the basement. I want to say led, as if one would navigate through that hole to get down there.
That's fair enough. Now, I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as 163 Victor Victor. Did you ever see this item when you were in the house on March 17, 2022?
No.
I am going to publish the next video portion of 336 Victor Victor. Can you describe for the jury, before I play it, what you see here and what you found?
This is a plate carrier vest. It's a bit like the tactical vest I wear when I'm in uniform for APD. It has an insert inside of it. When you purchase it, it typically doesn't have an insert, but it's made to have an insert that's body armor. I'd say bullet resistant vests that we wear for law enforcement and that military often wears.
And did you search through this body armor?
I did.
Did it have, if you recall, what type of, in general, plate? Was it hard, soft, or some?
It was hard. Body armor that I have for my Atlanta police uniform is soft and flexible. This one was extremely heavy and hard, which would indicate to me it's a different level of body armor than the one that I wear for APD.
And was there any other cases found nearby the body armor?
Yes, there's a gun case or a rifle case.
Now, I wanted to ask you, did you ever find any firearms inside of the house?
Yes.
Where did you find it?
In a bedroom closet on the top shelf, there was a pistol.
I'm going to publish the next portion of 336 Victor Victor. Is this the inside of the home?
Yes.
And you had mentioned a top shelf where you found a firearm. Is this what you were discussing?
Yes.
Did you collect that firearm?
Yes. Ultimately, a crime scene technician took it away from the scene, but I participated in the collection of the item.
Now, I'm going to approach you with what has been marked as 222 Victor Victor. Do you recognize that item?
I do.
What is that item?
It's the Taurus pistol that was on the top shelf here.
And was that firearm loaded? And if you need,
I don't recall. It's got a magazine inside of it, but I think that the full processing of it was done by the crime scene technician.
that's fair. I'm publishing 317 Victor Victor. Is this the firearm we were just discussing?
Yes.
And 330 Victor Victor, is this another photograph of that firearm?
Yes.
Now, did you ever go up into the attic of that home?
I did.
How did you get up to the attic, if you recall?
I don't recall if there was a pull downstairs or a scuttle hole. I don't recall.
Now, before I play this next portion of 336 Victor Victor, is this the attic area of the home?
Yes.
And did you find anything up in the attic?
Yes.
What did you find?
There was a bucket full of ammunition of various calibers.
Now, I'm first going to approach you with this bag, and then I'm going to bring over 225 Victor Victor. And I'm going to set it down by your feet and ask you if you recognize that item.
Yes.
What is that?
That's the bucket of ammunition that was recovered from the attic.
And at some point, was that bucket inside of that bag that now has a hole in it?
Yes. The the bucket was packaged by the crime scene technician. I misspelled my name, but it's on there nonetheless. And yes, that's the bucket that was.
Your Honor, at first, the state's going to tender 225 Victor Victor into evidence.
It's admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Detective Lean Packer, feel free to examine 225 Victor Victor. What kind of ammo was in this bucket in the attic?
5.56 ammunition. Pretty much a full box. 223 ammunition. Large ammunition, typically used with rifles. And the 5.56, the green tip ammunition, much like the ones that were loaded into that stolen rifle, had green tips as well. 2 magazines taped to each other. Only 4 popped out, so excuse me. You did say feel free to examine it.
Thank you, Detective Lean Packer. Is there any other items inside 225 Victor Victor?
And this is a ammunition box. When ammunition is sold in large quantities, it often will come in a large box, and it's labeled 9mm Luger. Which contains a Glock magazine for a semi-automatic pistol, a magazine for some type of rifle, semi-automatic pistol, which appears to, that's a 5.7 by 28 caliber, and an ammunition loader, which is used to quickly reload magazines with ammunition. And it's got one cartridge loaded inside of it.
Thank you, Detective Wayne Packer. I'm going to help you when you get that back, move that bucket to the side.
There's more.
There's more. Keep going, Detective Wayne Packer. What else is inside?
Another box of 223 ammunition. That's pretty full. It's okay, I will open that one. Plastic sandwich bags. Another box that's pretty full of 5.56 ammunition. A digital scale. 5.7 by 28 ammunition. A box for an FN57 pistol magazine. Another box of 5.7 by 28 millimeter ammunition. An evidence bag with test bullets and cartridge cases from laboratory testing of the firearms. Another box of 5.7 by 28 ammunition. Some loose bag packaged ammunition. And a small sack of marijuana. Well, what I suspect to be marijuana. Without testing, I wouldn't.
Thank you,
And I did not. I returned the marijuana back to the bucket.
Let the record so reflect.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, I don't believe that I formally tendered 222 Victor Victor into evidence, but the state would move to tender 222 Victor Victor at this time.
Admitted.
Is the firearm. Now, Detective Wayne Packer, I'm going to help make a little bit of room for you.
Is that a different firearm than 223 was?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Did you ever collect, Detective Wayne Packer, any items of clothing in that house?
Yes.
What did you collect?
A t-shirt that was found in a bin inside the house, plastic bin.
I'm approaching you with what's been marked as 226 Victor Victor. Ask you if you recognize or see that item.
Yes.
Is that the piece of clothing that you were describing?
Yes.
And I'm going to publish 332 Victor Victor. What did that piece of clothing say?
The front of it had a print on it that read slime. And then in quotation marks, it read slime. It's a adjective is listed below that. And then it says, 1, can't be trusted, a repulsive or despicable person. Wipe your effing nose. I'll just say F asterisk asterisk ing. So wipe your effing nose, and then is you slime enough?
Did you ever examine the front yard for any possible shell casings or cartridges?
I did.
I'm going to publish another portion of State's Exhibit 336 Victor Victor at this time. Can you tell the jury what we're looking at as this plays in terms of right here?
This is a portion of the front yard near those Herbie Kirby cans where I recovered 2 cartridge cases of different caliber.
And is that the first cartridge that you recovered?
Yes.
Is there a second cartridge case that you recovered?
Yes.
Is this documenting that second cartridge case that you recovered?
Yes. The first one was a 5.7 by 28 millimeter, much like the ammunition that was in that bucket. And the other one was a 223 Remington ammunition.
And did you package those items or help them get transported back to APD?
I did. I packaged them and then photographed the packaging, which I referenced earlier.
Is publishing 334 Victor, are these cartridges that we just were discussing?
Yes.
Another picture of them at 335, and
Yes.
then 316 Victor, is that the packaging that you just discussed?
Yes.
I'm approaching you with what's been marked as 224 Victor. Do you recognize that, Detective Leanpacker?
Yes.
Is that, or what is that? I should ask you.
These are those two cartridge cases packed as I packaged them. And initially I sealed it and my initials were on the evidence seal before it was submitted to the crime lab for additional testing, which is that additional seal on there.
Your Honor, the state moves to tender into evidence 224 Victor at this time.
Okay, it's admitted.
And Detective Leanpacker, was there a vehicle parked very close to the front door of that house?
Yes.
Can you describe for the jury what you saw in relation to that vehicle?
That vehicle was a 2011 Chevy Malibu, and it had significant damage from gunfire. There was gunfire. First off, I should say, I believe it was the front passenger tire was flat. And then there was gunfire, I think, through the window, through the fender, through the pillar, like on the back. We call it the C pillar, it's the rear driver's side pillar. So there was just damage from gunfire in the car. And then there was damage behind it as well on portions of the residence, the facade of the residence. It seemed to line up with the where the defects were to the car, as rounds may have traveled through the vehicle and into the house.
Was there any cell phones on scene that were collected?
Yes.
Do you know how many?
As I recall, I think 5, and I can refresh my recollection.
But if looking at a copy of your report would refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Please do.
Yes. My recollection is refreshed.
It was 5?
Yes.
Now, I am going to, or let me ask you this. In total, in your time working for Atlanta Police Department Homicide, do you get familiar with different parts of the city?
Yes.
And have you, in your career, had cases or had to go to various parts of Atlanta?
Yes.
I'm going to approach you with what is marked as 344 Victor through 347, and then 350 through 353, as well as 216, all Victor. Yes, you may.
Can you read those numbers again for me too?
Yes, Your Honor. And to make it, yes, Your Honor.
I think I got
One
it.
brief moment.
Sure.
So, Your Honor, it is 344 through 353 minus 348 and 349, if that makes it easier for the court. So, and I'm not admitting 216.
350 through 353, and you're not tendering 316.
216, Your Honor, not tendering 216. So it's 344 through 347, Your Honor, and 350 through 353.
All right, those are admitted, and did you tender for admission 226, the shirt?
Your Honor, I believe that I did, but to be clear, the state would move the tender into the record 226 Victor
Okay,
at this time.
all of those are,
No objection, and no objection to 344 to 353 minus the 2.
thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sharp.
Thank you.
Detective Leonpacker, before testifying, did you have an opportunity to look over some of these photographs?
Yes.
And with the photographs before you, do you recognize them?
Yes.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of the locations in Atlanta that they depict?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to tender into evidence those items. I had shown them to Detective Leonpacker, Your Honor, before we admitted them.
These are the ones okay.
Correct, Your Honor.
Yes,
Thank you.
they're admitted.
So Detective Leonpacker, I'm going to publish 344 Victor Victor. One brief moment, Your Honor. It should come up on the screen here momentarily. Where is this area, Detective Leonpacker?
That's I believe it's 464 Windsor Street. It's at the corner of Windsor and Fulton, the northeast corner.
Is it near I-20?
Yes.
I'm going to publish 345 Victor Victor. Is this another photograph of that same location?
Yes.
I'm going to publish 346 Victor Victor. Is this the inside of that BP gas station?
Yes.
I'm going to publish 347 Victor Victor. What is this?
It's the liquor store that's next door to it. It's kind of attached.
I am going to publish 350 Victor Victor. Do you recognize where this area is?
Yes, that's appears to be Windsor Street, orientated looking northbound. So if you were to come out of that BP gas station, again, which is at Fulton and Windsor, go north on Windsor, you're looking north towards I-20.
And I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 351 Victor Victor.
It's a closer image of
Of the
Windsor and
intersection.
I-20. Yes.
I'm going to go to 353, 352 Victor Victor.
Same intersection.
Now, Detective Leonpacker, if you were to leave that BP, go to that intersection and get on I-20 West, would you ever hit the perimeter?
Yes.
And what highway or would you cross over, intersect if you kept going down I-20 West?
If you go I-20 West, you would eventually hit Interstate 285, the perimeter. That's in the Adamsville neighborhood of Atlanta. And then if you keep going I-20 West, another major roadway you hit just after you pass over 285 is Fulton Industrial Boulevard.
Thank you, Detective Leonpacker. One brief moment. Detective Leonpacker, I'm going to publish 353 Victor Victor. And that's a Scribner's error, Your Honor. It shows 253, but that's what has been admitted as 353. Is this also what you were just describing, Detective Leonpacker, with I-20 near Windsor?
Yes. Yeah, different perspective, but yes.
I am going to go back to 164 Victor Victor. or I'm going to go back to 164, Victor. I'm going to go one. Detective Lean Packer, do you see that TV that has TCL Roku TV on it?
Yes.
Was that TV in 2830 Waters Road on March 17th when you did the search?
Yes.
And do you see on this photograph like a table or some kind of setup on the right-hand side of this photograph?
Yes.
Do you see any cords that resemble or appear to be ones that you saw on March 17th?
Yes.
And the screen that appears to be mounted on the back of the wall, was that or was that not present?
Was not present.
One brief moment, Your Honor. Detective Lane Packer, I'm going to go back to 252. It should come up on the screen in just a minute. And if you were heading north from that BP gas station at 464 Windsor, and we're trying to get on I-20 West, where's the rampway that you would get on?
You go underneath the Interstate 20 and then go west from there. Yeah. You'd have to go past the interstate then to go west.
Okay. Thank you. Or I'll publish 253. What is really, yep. So is this what you were discussing?
Yes. That's the westbound ramp. So this perspective is looking south along Windsor Street. And that roadway that goes at the right edge, that would be heading west on I-20 there.
Thank you, Detective Lane Packer. Your Honor, no further questions at this time by the state.
All right. I assume y'all are going to have cross. Is it going to be like 30 minutes? All right. Y'all want to just go ahead and get this finished before we break for lunch? Yes. Okay, go ahead.
Detective Leon Packer, good afternoon now.
Good afternoon.
Max Shard, we met before, but Max Shard, I represent Shannon Stillwell, okay?
Yes, sir.
I just want to ask you first about what we talked about first in direct, talking about the downloads of the phone. We talked about you were able to find searches on a phone that you download or extract the data from, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I should say I didn't find searches because I didn't sift through the data, but I'm aware of there being some links associated with searches.
So let me get this clear. You extracted information from several phones, including my client's phones, but you did not review any of the downloaded information.
That's correct.
Okay. Do you know who reviewed the downloaded information?
I provided all of the extractions to investigator Marissa Viverito, who I believe conducted thorough reviews of the data.
Okay. Now it seems to me that your role now in law enforcement focuses a lot on cell phones, correct?
Yes and no. I actually, in my role now with the FBI, I expect that I'll be spending a lot more time working with cell phone records from providers and less time working in mobile device forensics. So I'm transitioning now. But yes, over the past several years, I've been working a lot with mobile device forensics.
You were once a homicide investigator, though, correct?
Up until about 3 weeks ago, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, as a homicide investigator, if you see a search in a phone, is there some information you'd want to know? Let me back that up. You would want to know when that search was made, correct?
Yes.
And now let me be clear, because on direct, you did say a few things. It could be when a search shows up with keywords, it could be someone clicking on a link sent by someone else, right?
Yes.
It could be someone searching in their phone themselves, correct?
Yes.
And it could be someone else utilizing a device, right? Just because it's someone's device doesn't mean they were the ones utilizing it at that time, correct?
Yes, I wouldn't count that as a third option because as a forensic examiner, I'd only be concerned about what the phone did. So no matter who's holding the phone when it did what it did, it's only one of the two, right? The phone navigated to a URL that resulted in search results from, say, Google, regardless of who's holding it.
Okay, now with all those qualifiers aside, as an investigator, if you saw search results in a phone of a person of interest, you would want to know what date that search was allegedly done, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You would want to know, if you were investigating a case with such a cell phone, you would want to know if on that date of that search, other people had already alerted the owner of the phone of the fact that something had occurred at an address, correct?
I would take that into consideration in my examination of the results, yes.
So for instance, if the search was homicide or shooting, Smith Street X Bell Street, corner of Smith and Bell, you would want to know if the person that owns this phone or may have been using this phone is just searching that on them by themselves with no prompting, or if someone else has already alerted them to a fact that a shooting had occurred at that address. That would be an important fact to know as an investigator, wouldn't it?
It would be important, an important consideration in how I reviewed the data. Yes.
Okay, and you'd also want to know, if the person searched these terms, hours after an event or days after an event, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you'd want to know if there was press coverage about this event prior to the person searching.
Objection, Your Honor. Press conference relevance.
Press coverage.
Overruled.
Yes, and I'll add to explain my answer. It's not uncommon in cases of, I've worked homicides and I've been on our complex case squad in homicides. So I've worked a lot of violent crime cases, even those that haven't been homicides.
I'm going to object as non-responsive if we're going to get into what usually happens.
I will let him explain his answer.
Okay, thank you.
And it's not uncommon that there is media coverage of violent crime incidents when I'm conducting an investigation into such an incident. And it's not uncommon for those searches to be related to that media coverage of that incident.
Right. Okay, but certainly there's a difference between someone, a suspect searching unknown keywords that no one else would know except them versus searching keywords after there's been media coverage, correct?
That's difficult for me to answer in the hypothetical because oftentimes as an investigator, conducting this type of search of a forensic analysis of a phone, I don't know what someone knows about the incident or how many people know it, especially if it's an incident that I suspect multiple people were involved in.
Well, what if in that phone, there was actual messages from other people alerting that person to the event? Would that give you a insight as to whether they knew about the event?
The person conducting the search?
Yes. If other people had told them,
Yeah.
texted them,
Yeah.
sent them news articles in their phone.
Yes and no. Yes, and that it would give me insight that there's evidence in the phone of the person operating the phone likely receiving information in that text message that, hey, this incident occurred. But no, in that I've worked many homicide cases where I see people that that I did charge with participation in a murder that were receiving notifications from other people. Hey, did you hear about this incident? So one may have nothing to do with the other, but one could have something to do with the other.
It could be important.
I would take it into consideration. Yes, that absolutely be a part of my consideration in examining the phone.
As a homicide investigator, you would take it into consideration whether someone told the owner of the phone about specifics of that event before they typed in the keywords.
Yes.
And do you know what ATL Scoop is?
Yes.
Okay, ATL Scoop gives updates or really quick news about events around Atlanta, correct?
Yes, largely the reposting of individual Instagram users' coverage of events around Atlanta. It's a big reposting site typically.
Did ATL Scoop, to your understanding and knowledge of this case, Jamal Drink's shooting, did ATL Scoop have updates being sent throughout Atlanta within hours of the shooting?
I don't know.
It's assuming facts.
Okay, well, he said he doesn't know.
If you know.
I don't know. I honestly know very little about this case other than I worked next to the detective that was the lead detective, Al Hogan. But I know very little about the circumstances of this
Do you
case.
know if my client's girlfriend reached out to him within hours of the shooting just to check if he was okay and alerted to him about the shooting?
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation, assuming facts.
Sustained.
Do you know if my client's grandmother did the same?
Same objection.
Sustained.
Okay, so you didn't review the phone, so you don't know any of these answers that could add context to any searches.
From the phone or my knowledge of just being in the homicide unit next to the lead detective, no, I still don't know the answer.
Okay, great. Now, let's turn the page to the search warrant on 2830 Waters Road. Okay, is that okay? The execution of the search warrant.
Yes, sir.
All right, awesome. Now that happened there was, to your understanding, there was a shooting in the morning hours, March 16th going into March 17th of 2022 at that address, correct?
Yes. Again, I know very little about the other shooting as well. I just went to assist in the execution of the search warrant. So I don't know very many case details about the other shooting, but it is my understanding that yes, there was another shooting that was just before this incident.
And you observed holes in the house, you observed holes in vehicles that were parked in yard, et cetera, correct?
Yes.
All right. Do you know how many people were living at 2830 Waters Road at the time that you executed the search warrant?
No.
Do you know how many people frequent that address, were frequenting that address in March of 2022?
No, any evidence of that would have been on that video surveillance system that was no longer present when I executed the search warrant.
Do you know of who the registered owner of that address is?
No.
Okay. Now, I wanted to just clarify a few things about your direct testimony. First of all, Ms. Knight or Mr. Atkins, could you kindly display 318 Victor Victor. Now, what time did you execute this search warrant? Like when we saw that video that you made on at 28:30, what time of the day was that?
I don't recall, but I'll add that I often do, and I believe I may have in this case. When I start recording a video, I verbally say aloud the date and time that I begin the recording of the video. And I know that the audio is not included in this published version of this video, but I'd have to refer to that to tell you the exact
That's
time.
fine. Do you have an approximate time? I'm not going to hold. Okay, it's fine.
Sorry, I don't. Yeah.
Light hours.
Daylight, yes.
Okay. All right. You are aware that on March 17th, around the same time that you were conducting the search warrant at 2830 Waters Road, my client was being arrested at Meadowlark Drive in a white a white Audi with Maryland plates with tinted windows. You're aware of that?
No.
Okay.
If I was back then, I don't have any recollection of it now because I wasn't involved in that investigation.
All right. Well, I want to be very clear about a few things. 318. Okay, we see a blue car, correct?
You talking about the vehicle that's here?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Blue car. It is an Audi.
Yes.
Okay. And you found various things in the car, and we're going to get to that in a second. You are not suggesting that this is the white Audi with tinted windows that was rented to Shannon Stillwell, are you?
I have no idea. I don't know anything about that.
Okay. All right. This pink hat, 323 Victor Victor, if you would, Miss Knight. Thank you. See that pink hat? And I think there's a better picture somewhere in here, but we're talking, and you have it in front of you.
Yes, it's right here.
Okay, that pink hat that's in that envelope. You aware that Mr. Stillwell was arrested on the same day in the white Audi wearing a pink hat?
No.
Okay. This pink hat would not have been something that you took from the scene and then somehow met up with Shannon Stillwell and gave it to him to wear for when he would be arrested, is it?
No.
Okay, so this is a completely separate pink hat. Isn't that correct?
I don't know when Mr. Stillwell was arrested or what the circumstances were, what time that was, if it was before or after the execution of this warrant. If I accept what you're telling me as fact, then sure, he was arrested before with a pink hat, but I don't know. I just know that this hat was recovered in this car on March 17th. I put it in this envelope, sealed it, and put my initials on it, and that's the last time I saw it before today.
Okay. All right. Well, I think that answers the question. Now, in this car, you also found a gun, a very large gun. And that's what's in front of you on that table, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what
Well,
kind of gun?
no, that's the gun that went back to the ATF.
You're right.
The
Thank you for
stolen
that
firearm.
correction. And what type of gun was that?
That was it was a Ruger AR-556.
Okay. And that gun was found in this blue Audi. And it was also inside the blue Audi was a license in the name of Eric Moore.
Yes.
Correct? Okay. And Eric Moore, did you investigate further into who Eric Moore was?
I believe I ran Eric Moore's driver's license at some point to identify who he was, but no, I didn't conduct any follow-up investigation into that aspect of the processing of this vehicle or its contents.
Okay. Miss Knight, if you could put up 319 Victor Victor, please. So that's the gun that was found in the blue Audi, correct?
Yes.
All right. Cool. Do you have any evidence that Mr. Stillwell's fingerprints are on that gun?
I don't physically have any evidence of that. I believe the gun was taken by the crime scene technicians for additional processing. The results of that, I'm unfamiliar with.
Do you have any evidence that Mr. Stillwell's DNA is on that gun?
Not me. No, I believe the guns were processed for additional evidence, but to what extent and what those results are, I don't know. I don't have that evidence. I don't want to speak on behalf of the police department to say that the police department or the Georgia Bureau of Investigation does or does not. Kevin Leon Packard doesn't have DNA results.
Anyone that comes from the crime lab, I'm going to make sure I ask them the same questions. I'm just
Yes,
asking
sir.
you.
Yeah.
So you don't have any evidence that Mr. Stillwell has ever touched this gun?
No, I don't.
Okay.
No.
All right. And let me ask you this. This gun, are you aware that Mr. Drinks, deceased Mr. Drinks, from the 3/14/2022 shooting was shot with .40 caliber ammunition?
I'm unfamiliar with that.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. Does this gun shoot .40 caliber ammunition?
No.
All right. Excellent. Miss Knight, if you could help me out and look 328 VV. Definitely further down. It's the second gun. No, up. There we go. Thank you. All right. This is the second gun that you collected at 2830 Waters Road, correct?
Yes.
And that was in the mud. This gun was in the mud by a Jeep Liberty.
Yes.
Okay. Did again, I'm going to ask you any DNA or fingerprints that you're aware of that link to Shannon Stillwell?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And how about that Jeep Liberty? Are you aware of any links that would link or connect Mr. Stillwell to that Jeep Liberty?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. So, and let me ask you about what type of gun is this?
It's a 7.62, I believe. It's a Romarm Cougar 7.62. The model is M10-762P. It's an AK-47 type firearm with a drum magazine.
And it shoots 7.62 bullet or caliber bullets?
Yes,
Okay. It does not shoot 40 caliber bullets, does it?
correct.
All right. Excellent. And Miss Knight, if you could 330 Victor. Now, this gun was actually found in the house at 2830 Waters Road?
Yes.
Okay. And any DNA or fingerprints that you're aware of that link this gun to Shannon Stillwell?
I have no knowledge of that.
Okay. And what type of gun is this?
This is a Taurus G3 9mm pistol.
9mm.
Yes.
Does this gun shoot 40 caliber bullets?
No.
Were you involved in the search warrant of 855 Allison Way?
No,
The residence of Jeffery Williams?
no.
Okay, fair enough. All right. Couple more questions. A 5.7 by 28 an FN gun, a 5.7. Would that shoot 40 caliber bullets?
I would not expect it to, no.
Okay.
I'm not a firearms expert or a ballistics expert.
Right.
But no, I would not expect, especially given those cartridge cases, the 5.7 cartridge cases that we recovered, or the one cartridge case I recovered, it was an elongated cartridge case versus a 40 caliber is much shorter.
And an FNX 45, FNX 45, would that shoot 40 caliber bullets?
I don't know what an FNX 45 is.
Okay. Let me just ask you this, would a 45 caliber handgun shoot 40 caliber bullets?
I would not expect it to.
Okay.
I suppose under like a perfect set of circumstances, you might be able to put a 40 caliber cartridge in a 45 caliber firearm, and it may, under the right set of circumstances, the firing pin might strike it in the right place, but I wouldn't suggest it, nor would I overtly expect it to fire that round.
At least not correctly.
Not correctly. I think it's a bad idea to try.
Yeah. Okay. Is it fair to say that you don't have any information about any guns ballistically matching the shooting of Shamel Drinks?
If I ever came across any information about any ballistic matches or NIBIN correlations, I listed some in my report that I wrote following this incident.
Mhm.
Whether or not those matched that shooting, I don't recall.
Okay.
And I did not conduct any follow-up investigation into any correlations that were made from anything found at Waters Road or elsewhere.
How about any of these guns matching the January 10th, 2015 homicide of Donovan Thomas?
I'm not aware of any, if there were any NIBIN correlations to that incident, I'm unaware of them, and I did not conduct that investigation into the murder of Donovan Thomas.
Okay. One last thing. As part of your involvement in this case, did you ever get a chance to review? I know that we looked at photos from Windsor Street. Did you ever get a chance to review the surveillance video from the FedEx on Windsor Street?
I don't want to misspeak and say that I never saw it because I know, again, Al Hogan sat 2 seats in front of me. It's possible at one point I saw it on his screen, but I have no recollection of ever seeing that video.
Okay. Did you ever speak to any FedEx employees and ask them to just describe what they saw on the video? Okay. All right, thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? All right, any redirect? All right.
Detective Lean Packer, how many murders have you worked in your experience with Atlanta Police Department Homicide Unit?
I've worked on hundreds of homicides in my tenure with APD Homicide.
How often would you find the homicide suspects, the murder weapon used in the murder?
Overruled.
It was more common to not find the firearm used in the offense. I have recovered weapons used in homicides, but I'd say it's far less common.
And do you know why that is?
Sustained.
Detective Lean Packer, on cross, you asked a lot of questions about searching of a location in a phone. Do you recall that?
Searching a location of a phone?
A suspect searching a specific location in their cell phone.
Yes.
And you were also asked questions about if they were notified or hypothetically what someone knew. Do you remember that?
Yes.
If you had information that a possible homicide suspect was either at or within minutes at the scene and searched that location, how would you take that piece of information?
Sustained.
On cross-examination, do you remember Mr. Shard asking you about 8 to 10 questions about searching a location of a incident
Yes,
and how that would impact your investigation?
yes.
With those line of questionings that you remember, how would it impact your calculus if the person that searched the location was on the scene when the murder happened?
I would perceive that as being intelligence gathering to determine what the police knew about the incident through media reporting. And if I obviously knew who my suspect was because I'm searching his or her phone, then I would incorporate that into a series of questions that I might ask that individual given the opportunity to interview them about their search of these items. It's not uncommon in my experience for people that have been determined to be involved in an incident to say that they had no involvement and they weren't there, and that they had little if no knowledge about the incident at all. So whether I confront them with the knowledge of knowing they searched about the incident and probably other evidence that suggests that they may have been at the scene and the duration of time that passed between the incident occurring and when the search occurred would all be things that I'd want to talk to that individual about.
One brief moment, Your Honor. Thank you, Detective Lean Packer. No further redirect by the state, Your Honor.
All right.
I'm glad you answered that last question. Said if you had a suspect that said they had no involvement and were not there, you'd think that's important.
Yes.
What about a suspect that says, I have no involvement, but yes, I was there. I was there. What if you have him on tape at a BP, crystal clear, wearing distinctive clothes, and he's not denying he's there? Would you make sure that you watch the surveillance video of the killing pretty darn carefully?
Yes, among other things, given that assertion made by that person, there's additional things that I would do as well.
You wouldn't just ask someone that works for a business with no law enforcement training, hey, tell me what seems to be going on your videotape that you have, would you? You would want to watch it for yourself, wouldn't you?
Yes,
You'd want to watch it several times for yourself, wouldn't you?
probably yes.
You'd want to look for details that are important in that videotape, wouldn't you?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
All right, let's take our lunch break. Thank you, Detective. You are excused. Thanks for your time. Let's take until 1:30.
All right, reserved.
Thank you, Robert.
Okay, y'all should have a copy. I received your proposed instruction and I took a look at it and made some potential edits, and it's about to get sent to you. And we don't have to sort it out right now, but if y'all will take a look at that, see what you think, and then maybe we can come back at maybe 1:25 and put whatever on the record about that then. Okay? All right, anything else before we take our lunch break? All right, see y'all at 1:25. Thanks. The proposed limiting instruction, yes, Mr. Weinstein, that was a typo. I was super copying a sentence from above or below, so thanks for catching that. Any thoughts on this?
I had none other than that one.
Okay. Mr. Short and Mr. Short, do you, specifically, I'd like to hear about whether you want anything said about them being reminded what an Alford plea is or means. If so, if that's what you'd like, and then just generally how you feel about that.
Um, um,
No, we're not. I mean, we almost are, but not quite yet.
Let me just ask the court a question
Yeah.
first. The idea of Mr. Stillwell entering a guilty plea and an offer plea, is that coming just from me?
That's not, I mean, that part I didn't create. That was in what y'all sent over.
Okay, well, let me just say this. When I was working with Doug, I put guilty plea and offer plea
Uh-huh.
in there as kind of a placeholder as a reminder to check
Okay.
the
Evidence?
right.
Okay.
Because I wasn't.
I mean, I think it said, when it came over to me, I think it said guilty pleas and offered pleas, and I just figured it was one of each. So I did change that.
I did that without, it was more just reminding me.
Okay.
I think there's actually three convictions.
Okay, well, however you want to say it.
Do you guys know what was certified convictions?
I think it was anything from
Oh, you can look.
They may be in those bins too. I don't know. Did you find them on Friday?
I did find them on Friday and I kept them, my recollections, I kept them separate here. The problem is we didn't have enough room in the bins.
Okay.
So
Did we find or could we get another bin, I wonder?
Thank you.
So we don't have to, you got them? All right, what do we know?
All right, so there appears to be a 10SC 87662. 10SC 87662.
Okay,
I'm just trying to figure out where they would.
all right. You know what? Let's figure it out on the next break or after court today, because we don't have to deal with this today. I just, and then we have to still sort the Nichols thing too. And I found out some more information about Winfrey, but we'll do all of this after time. But yep.
And these are in Q.
Q?
Yes, in folder Q.
Okay,
Just give you that.
thank you. All right. All right, is the jury ready? Okay. Just find out and we'll do it on the next break. All right, we're ready for the witness, next witness. I'll just send her an email. You can come on up by the stand. Yeah, we're ready. Do y'all want to take that board down for this next witness?
The board, it's not-
I don't know what's on it.
All right, new witness on the stand.
Yes, Your Honor. Needs to be sworn in.
Yes.
Raise your right hand. You swear affirm testimony given in the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. State, spell your first and last name for the court, please.
My name is Doug Bailey, Dougbailey.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bailey. How are you doing, sir?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Doing well. Can you tell the jury where you currently work?
Yes, I'm the operations manager of GPS monitoring and tracking services.
Can you explain a little bit about what GPS monitoring tracking services does?
Yes, we are an electronic monitoring service provider. We install GPS ankle monitors and alcohol ankle monitors on people to track location and alcohol consumption.
Who is your primary client?
Typically, pretrial defendants, as a condition of bond, that they're required to wear an ankle monitor.
Hang on just a second. Yes.
Specifics. Is there a number of reasons why someone may utilize a GPS monitoring service company like GPS monitoring?
Yes, sir.
And back in 2022, did you work for another company?
Yes, sir. A&A All County Monitoring Services.
Now, when did you first get into the ankle monitor? And if you could, Mr. Bailey, could you try to speak into that mic? Thank you.
Yes. Yeah. I started in ankle monitoring in September of 2016.
And can you, or let me ask you this. Since working in ankle monitoring since 2016, can you tell the jury your experience with the data that's collected on ankle monitoring in general?
Yes, for the Scram GPS ankle monitor, which we've used probably since 2017, I've seen all sorts of use cases and all kinds of data, location, and just a lot of data.
Is some of the data in what's called a Scram report?
Yes, sir.
Is some of the data in Excel spreadsheets?
Yes, sir.
Now, before testifying here today, did you have the opportunity to review, and I'm approaching you with what's marked as 397 Victor Victor and 397 Victor Victor Alpha? One of those is a disk. Did you have an opportunity to review that disk before testifying here today?
Yes, sir.
And did you initial that disk after reviewing its contents?
I did.
Can you describe for the jury what data is on that disk?
The disk contains, if I recall correctly, it's 2 different Excel reports containing location history data for Mr. Jackson. And this same, I believe, stop report, which is a summary of that location history, and an event details report that shows any events recorded by the device on his leg.
And is that 397 Victor Victor Alpha, that document, that Scram report you had just mentioned?
Yes, sir. This is the stop report. Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence 397 Victor Victor and 397 Victor Victor Alpha.
My understanding is there's a disk and then a printed out report. Could I
Correct.
just see what the Scram report is? One of them. All right, cool. Thanks.
All right, those are admitted without objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, before we get into these documents, can you talk about the technology of the ankle monitor in terms of, in general, how does it work?
Yes, sir. So the Scram GPS ankle monitor is, it's basically like a cell phone that attaches to someone's leg without a screen, but it does have a GPS antenna to ascertain location, and then a cellular modem in it to communicate that location data to the ScramNet system, where then location data is recorded in a minute-by-minute history.
So in these Excel spreadsheets, do they capture each minute of location data for whoever's wearing the monitor?
Yes, sir. Approximately every minute, yes.
Now, are they battery run, the ankle monitors?
Yes, sir.
Can you explain what's the average shelf life of the battery before you have to charge it?
Yes, sir. So the manufacturer recommends that the device be charged for 2 hours per day, and that should last at least 24 hours continuously, never dying, as long as every day it's connected to a charger for 2 hours.
If a battery were to get low, is there any kind of warning system involved?
Yes, sir. The system itself, the device stores an event called a low battery event, and the person who is wearing the device would feel a slight vibration that lasts maybe about a second. And if they were to look at the device while it's in low battery on their leg, they would see a red light flashing on it.
If the battery were to die on the ankle monitor, is there any kind of data that is captured?
No, sir, not after the battery is dead. It can no longer record or communicate location data at that point.
And is one of the Excel spreadsheets a event details that shows low battery or plugins for the ankle monitor of what you have reviewed?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state's going to publish the event details in 397 Victor Victor. All right. And specifically, it's going to come up on the screen, Mr. Bailey. I'm going to focus your attention on March 14th, 2022 at 7:34 p.m. And we're going to zoom in a little bit on this document. And what I may ask you, Mr. Bailey, and if I have a old school pointer, that I may use so you can help orient the jury to what we're discussing. I'll find it here in a moment, but I also have a laser pointer that I think would do the trick. But can you describe the columns for this to the jury while I'm pulling that up? And I'm going to give you this laser pointer. You click this big red circle and it should, well, that screen consumes the laser pointer, but we'll make it work. This one should work. Yep, and it does. So I'm going to give you this laser pointer. Use it carefully, Mr. Bailey. Can you tell the jury what the columns and data this has?
So the first two columns are the person wearing the device's first and last name. The third column, column C, the events. That is any events that is logged by the device, including when the service was complete, anytime the location failed or communication failure occurred, typically due to a dead battery. There's also battery critical events, low battery, and any type of event that the device records. And then column D is just the date and time that event was recorded.
Okay. Now, Ms. Bailey, I'm going to scroll down and ask you about a couple of these to March 14th at 7:34 p.m. Do you see that data? Can you show the jury where that date and time is on this Excel with the laser pointer?
Yes, March 14th at 7:34.
What is the event detail for this ankle monitor at this time?
At that time, it was a battery critical event.
Now, can you tell the jury what does battery critical mean?
Battery critical, it's below low battery. It's 10-15% battery remaining.
Would the person wearing the ankle monitor be alerted that the battery is in a critical state?
As with the low battery, it's the same type of event. At low battery, the device vibrates and there's a red light flashing. If one were to look at it and that battery critical, the device again vibrates and that red light keeps flashing.
Now, do you see the entry above that? And if you could show the jury at March 15th, 2022 at 12:07 a.m. What is the event detail at that point?
At March 15th at 12:07 a.m., it was a potential dead battery event.
Now I'm going to scroll up 2 rows and ask you about the next input. So after that 12:07 March 15th potential dead battery, what is the next event detail?
So the next 2 events at 12:07 and 12:11 a.m. on March 15th were communication failure and location failure when the device, rather the system realized the device had no longer been communicating or providing location data.
Now, with potential dead battery at 12:07, communication failure 12:07, and location failure 12:11, are those events connected in terms of in the system?
Yes, the assumption is that the device is no longer communicating because the battery has died. Obviously, the device can't communicate that it's dead. It can't phone home with a dead battery, but it's correlated, assumed that the device has died.
Now, can you go up to the next input in this Excel? So we have, what's the next date and time? You can show the jury.
So that is March 16th, 2022 at 8:41 p.m. There's a communications failure clear event.
What does that mean?
That would typically mean the device has been charged and is now communicating and ascertaining location once again.
So from March 14th, 2022, you have battery critical. When, can you explain to the jury, you have this potential dead battery at 12:07. Does that mean that the battery died at 12:07, or what's the time range of when this alert would come?
Not necessarily that it died at 12:07. I don't remember the exact configuration at the time, but it's typically 60 to 90 minutes prior to that. And like I said, the device can't report once it's dead because it's dead. So a certain period of time passes where it's out of communication, that the assumption is the battery's dead.
Would the event report Excel that's minute by minute help give clarity on when exactly it died?
Yes, sir.
Now, I am going to publish for you report 2 Excel spreadsheet. And I'm going to scroll to the very bottom or the oldest date of that document. And from reviewing this report while it's coming up in general, and I can ask you when it comes up, what is the time frame for report 2?
If I recall correctly, report 2 is from January of 2022 through March of 2022.
If we scroll to, so you see at the top, it says January, and we're going to zoom in some. Can you explain for the jury while we're zooming in what these columns show?
Yes. So from what we can see here.
Can you use the laser pointer, Mr. Bailey? Thank you, sir.
Column B is the person wearing the monitor's last name.
And then date and time column.
Date and time column is column D.
What about those numbers in E and F?
So E and F, that is the latitude and longitude of the GPS coordinates.
And what is the address in column G next to the lat and longitude?
The address in column G is the closest address that the system can correlate to the specific latitude and longitude recorded.
And then what is column H?
Without seeing the header, I'm not sure. It's either accuracy or speed. It is accuracy.
Okay.
Column H.
And then column I?
And column I is the speed.
Okay. Now, and this is the one you described that's minute by minute?
Yes, sir.
So the last date, was it March 18th and the first date was January 2nd of 2022?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, scrolling down, I wanted to ask you, is that roughly 2.5 months, give or take?
Yes, sir.
So if you wanted to see where the person wearing this ankle monitor was in terms of certain locations, if I control F or searched an address, would it populate how many times they've been at an address in 1 minute increments, or would it not?
Yes, sir.
So if I were to control F 2830 Waters RD for road and click find all, would that tell us how many times in minute increments the person wearing this ankle monitor was at that location in this 2.5 month span?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And can you see, because it's kind of hard, what the cells found is in the bottom left?
It says 3,331 cells found.
So I'm not going to ask you to do this math, but is that 3,011 minutes at that address
Yes.
between January 2nd, 2022 and March 18th, 2022?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, I wanted to orient you to 2:48 p.m. on March 14th. We're going to get to that location in this data, 2:48 p.m. on March 14th, 2022. And when it comes up, I'm going to ask you a couple questions. What is the location at 2:48 p.m.? And if you can use that pointer, Mr. Bailey, I appreciate it. Is that Hartsfield Jackson Atlanta International Airport?
Yes, sir.
And then do you see in the rows above 2300, 2200 Rental Car Center Parkway?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with what's at that location in general?
I believe that's the Hertz Rent-A-Car adjacent to the airport.
Now, we had talked earlier, but I wanted to ask you about the ScramNet GPS report. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe for the jury, this is minute by minute, what is captured on the ScramNet? Does that have every minute?
So the ScramNet, the stop report is more a summary. It's a named a stop report because you pre-configure a number of points at a location and it'll only show you if the person has been there for more than that number of points.
Which would be 3 minutes?
On this specific report, yes, it's anything longer than 3 minutes. It marks down that they were there for longer than 3 minutes.
So if you wanted to check stable addresses for someone wearing the ankle monitor, would that ScramNet GPS be a good document to use?
Yes, sir. It's eliminates travel time driving around because you're moving and not staying in the same location.
Now, I'm going to publish page 6 of 7, and you have the physical document before you on what's.
Yes.
So, Mr. Bailey, you can use that physical copy. We're going to zoom in on page 6 of 7 of that report on March 14, 2022 at 3:10 p.m. Now, while that's coming up, on the far right column of that document, it has a date and time. Can you tell the jury what that date and time means? As in, what kind of columns does this document show us while it comes up?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question.
If you go to the very first page of that report while we pull it up, what are the different columns of data that we're looking at?
So again, the first column is the name of the person wearing the device. The second column is the number of points, which with a point being approximately once a minute should be at least that number of minutes at the location. The third column does actually show the amount of time there. And fourth column is the address, again, the best correlated address from the grouping of GPS coordinates. And then the final column is the last date or time that they were at that location.
So if I was at 123 Main Street at 1 o'clock for 30 minutes, would the time on January 1st, just say, would the time and date on the far right be January 1st, 1:30, 123 Main Street?
Yes,
As
sir.
and if the number of points indicated 30, then I was at that address for 30 minutes.
30 minutes prior to the
Prior to
last
that.
date and time.
Okay. So with what we were just discussing, do you see that 220 Rental Car Center Parkway on this? And if you can use the screen, we tried to zoom in on it.
Yes.
And is that March 14, 2022 at 3:10 p.m.?
Yes, it is.
What is the next address that the monitor of Shannon Jackson went after the rental car location, or Rental Car Center Parkway, I should say?
So after that, it was at 2830 Waters Road, Atlanta, Georgia.
Now, I wanted to orient you to, we're going to scroll up a little bit to 6:30 p.m. on March 14th, 2022. And while that comes up, I'm going to approach you with what's labeled as 397 Victor Victor Bravo through 397 Victor Victor Juliet. Were you able to, in preparation for your testimony, review some locations that came up in this data?
Yes, sir, I was.
And did you have the opportunity to review those documents before testifying here today?
Yes, sir.
And what are they in general?
In general, these are locations that the monitor pinged at, showing that it was there at the locations.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence 397 Victor Victor Bravo through Juliet.
No objection.
All right, those are admitted.
So to orient the jury, this is March 14, 2022, what's displayed on the screen.
Yes, sir.
Can you describe the date and time and minutes for this 257 Flat Shoals Avenue, Southeast Atlanta, Georgia?
So it was March 14th, 2022 at 6:56 p.m. and then again at 7:52 p.m.
And is there also one at 6:30 p.m.?
Yes, sir.
And in general, with the amount of points or minutes there, what's a rough ballpark of how long at this address?
Just on the three on this page, approximately an hour and a half.
Now, I am going to publish what's just been admitted as 397 Victor Victor Bravo. It's going to come up on the screen. And we're going to zoom in a little bit, but is this 257 Flat Shoals Avenue Southeast if you were to look at it on Google Maps?
Yes, sir, it is.
And do you see that red Dodge truck in
Yes,
the far
sir.
left?
Yes, sir.
Do you see that writing behind the truck?
Yes, sir. Window tinting.
And is this the address we were just discussing for roughly hour and a half on March 14, 2022?
Yes, sir, it was.
Now, what is looking back on page 5 of the GramNet report, do you see a time at 8:36 p.m.?
On page 5, yes, March 14th, 2022, 8:36 p.m. is at 2830 Waters Road.
And after that, how many minutes is it at that address?
On this occasion, it says 3 minutes.
And do you see a 2830 Waters Road at 9:37 p.m.?
Yes, sir.
How many minutes is it at Waters Road on March 14, 2022 at 9:37 p.m.?
43 minutes.
Now I'm going to go back to the report to minute by minute XL, and I'm going to go to March 14th, 2022 at 9:50 p.m. It's going to come up on the screen here in just a minute. And we'll publish this in a minute, but while that comes up, do you have well, here it comes. So do you see the first entry at 464 Windsor Street Southwest?
Yes, sir. March 14th at 9:50 p.m.
I am going to publish 397 Victor Victor Charlie and then come back to this document. Was this one of the addresses that you reviewed that was contained in this data, the 464 Windsor?
Yes, sir.
And on the screen, is this the 464 Windsor Street Southwest?
Yes, sir.
And is there a gas station at that location?
Yes, sir. It's a BP gas station, I believe.
And this is at 9:50 on March 14, 2022.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to go back to the report too. If you look at this report minute by minute, can you tell how many minutes someone's at a location?
Yes, sir.
So starting at the first 464 Windsor at 9:50, we're going to scroll up a little bit until the last time we see 464 Windsor. We'll stop right there. What's the last time it's at 464 Windsor?
March 14th at 10 p.m.
And can you show the jury that with the laser? So it's at the ankle monitor for Shannon Jackson is at the BP gas station for about 10 minutes on
Yes.
March 14th.
Yes, sir.
Now, earlier you had described about this latitude and longitude that we see here. Do you remember that?
Yes.
If you put in latitude and longitude into Google, will it give you an address?
It will.
Now, at 10:01, does the address change from 464 Windsor Street?
It does. It changes to 405 Cooper Street.
Now, if you were to put in the latitude and longitude depicted there, would you also get that address? So I'm going to show you or publish what's admitted as 397 Victor Echo. And this is at 10:01 p.m. on March 14, 2022.
Yes.
And you see that red dot in the middle, is that GPS coordinate location?
That'd be the GPS coordinate. Yes.
And do you see that King's Liquor and a FedEx icon on this map?
Yes. I think that's the back of the BP gas station, same lot.
So at 10 p.m., the ankle monitor is at 464 Windsor, the BP, and then at 10:01, it is this location of Windsor Street.
Right. Yes, sir.
Now, going back to report 2, at 10:02, where is the ankle monitor's location? It's going to come up in just a second. We're going to scroll up one column. Do you see where it says PJ V2 plus VR Atlanta, Georgia?
Yes, sir.
Is that also an address you can put into Google to see where that ankle monitor is at 10:02?
It's closer to it like a GPS coordinate. They call it a plus code, but it's like more like a GPS coordinate than an address. But yes, you can search that in Google Maps. It'll show the location.
I'm going to publish 397 Victor Foxtrot. We're going to zoom in just a little. Is this that address at 10:02 p.m. on March 14th, 2022?
Yes, sir.
And is that the same King's Liquor and FedEx icons we see in blue on the bottom?
Yes, sir.
Is it fair to say that this is more north on Windsor Street than where it was 1 minute before?
Yes, sir. Just north.
And is that I-20 that major highway that you see depicted on this exhibit?
It is.
Now, I'm going to go back to report 2 and ask you after that 10:02 p.m. March 14th input about some of the addresses next depicted. So we're going to scroll up a little bit and keep that laser pointer handy, Mr. Bailey. We're going to put it to good use. Can you see on 10:05 I-20 and 10:07 I-20 on this Excel?
Yes, I can.
And when the addresses change minute by minute, is that typically when someone is moving?
That would be indicative of traveling. Yes.
Now, going back to, or I'm going to say this, we're going to scroll to the right to the column. You had mentioned earlier about speed and of the ankle monitor.
Yes, sir.
If I'm in a vehicle, will it track the speed of my vehicle?
Yes, sir.
I mean, in terms of my ankle monitor while I'm moving.
Yes. Yeah, I believe it just takes the distance between the 2 points and the time it took. Divide distance by time, you get speed.
And was it column I that is the speed?
Yes, it is.
Now, what's the speed when it's at the intersection PJV2 plus VR at 10 o'clock? What was the intersection right there?
At that intersection, it's reading 18 miles per hour.
And can you use that laser pointer, Mr. Bailey, to
Yes.
show the jury? Now, 1 minute later at 10:03 p.m., how fast is the ankle monitor of Shannon Jackson going on March 14, 2022?
It says 90 miles an hour.
And at 10:04 p.m. on March 14, 2022, how fast is the ankle monitor of Shannon Jackson going?
What time did you ask about?
10:04 p.m.
Overruled.
So at 10:04 p.m., it says 83 miles per hour.
Now, Mr. Bailey, how fast is it at 7:05 p.m.? Can you use that laser pointer, Mr. Bailey? Thank you, sir.
You mean at 10:05 p.m.?
Sorry, 10:05. Yes, sir.
That'd be 77 miles an hour.
What about at 10:06 p.m.?
10:06 p.m. is 80 miles an hour.
10:07 p.m.?
10:07 p.m. is 85 miles an hour.
I'm going to go up another column to 10:08 p.m.
10:08 p.m. is 79 miles an hour.
Now, I'm going to go back to the ScramNet GPS report to specifically where we get to 464 Windsor Street, Southwest Atlanta, Georgia on March 14th that we were just discussing.
Okay, yes, sir.
What is the next stable address after that? Captured on that report.
So after Windsor Street, March 14th at 10 p.m., the next address where the device, where the stop report marked that it was longer than 3 minutes was 600 Interchange Drive in Atlanta. And it says it was there for 38 minutes, ending at 10:55 p.m.
Now, I'm going to publish 397 Victor Victor Golf. Can you orient the jury what these two addresses show?
So the right side of the screen is, I believe, the Windsor Street starting location.
And the left icon,
Is the 600 Interchange Drive.
and that this is just a Google map demonstrative, but what's highlighted in this screen is that I-20 going westbound.
That is the route between the two, yes, sir.
I am going to publish. Oh, I wanted to ask you something else. Going back to remember how earlier we had mentioned to you about the battery critical and then getting recharged?
Yes, sir.
On this report 2 data on March 14th, 2022, we're going to pull it up now, and I'm going to ask you if the minute by minute increments ever stop. So we're going to scroll up a little bit. And is this the 600 Interchange Drive we were just discussing?
Yes, it is.
Now I'm going to stop here. And can you use this laser pointer, Mr. Bailey? And can you show the jury the last data point on March 14th, 2022? What time is that?
So the last data point on March 14th, 2022 was at 11 p.m. at 600 Interchange Drive. And then the following data point was almost 48 hours later, March 16th at 10 p.m.
Does this coincide with what we first talked about, the battery critical and then the communication clear?
Yes, if I recall correctly from the event log, there was a battery critical preceding that last data point on March 14th.
And between 11 p.m. on March 14th, 2022 till March 16th, 2022 at 10 p.m., are you able to get any location data from the ankle monitor?
No, sir.
Now, when the ankle monitor does plug or comes back online to register data, what is the address?
The address is 7055 Concourse Parkway in Douglasville.
And is that at 10 p.m. on March 16th, 2022?
Yes, sir, it is.
Now, I am going to publish 397 Victor Victor India. And if you want to get ahead of me, you can, Mr. Bailey, because you have the hard copies, but it should also come up on the screen. Is this the address that comes up for that 7055 Concourse Parkway?
Yes, sir. It appears to be a hotel.
Now, looking back at the Scram report that you have, is the ankle monitor at that hotel location for quite some time?
Yes, sir. Yeah, at least several hours. At least until March 17th, 10:52 a.m. So a little over 12 hours later.
So what is the next address after that 10:52 a.m. on March 17th, 2022 at the Concourse Hotel location?
The next address after leaving Concourse Parkway was 2481 Meadowlark Drive in East Point. That was March 17th at 11:37 a.m. was the last point at that location.
And I'm going to publish the Scram report on page 2. Is this what you were just discussing in terms of the 10:52 a.m. March 17th is the last time it hits at that Concourse address, and then the address above that is the Meadowlark Drive?
Yes, sir.
Do you see on this report, the third from the top, a 50 Mount Zion Road Southeast?
Yes, sir, I do.
Do you know what's at 50 Mount Zion Road Southeast?
I do not.
What is the time and how long is the location at that site?
So 50 Mount Zion Road, the last point at that location was March 17th at 1:22 p.m. And it says it was there for 20 minutes. So it would be from 1:02 p.m. to 1:22 p.m.
Now, I want to fast forward to page 1 of this report at 2:56 p.m. on March 17th, 2022. What is the location at that time?
At 2:56 p.m. on March 17th, it was 1065 Cleveland Ave in East Point.
And was that also one of the locations that you looked at in preparation for your testimony?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to publish 397 Victor Victor Juliet. And this is 2:56 PM on March 17, 2022.
Yes, sir.
Does it appear to be at Chick-fil-A?
Yes, sir.
Now, after that location, what, from the Scram report, what is the next stable address that the ankle monitor reports location data for?
Be back to the Meadowlark Drive in Atlanta.
And does it have numerous data points at the Meadowlark Drive in East Point, Georgia, or Atlanta, Georgia, as you see the report where it has the different Meadowlark Drives?
Yes, sir.
And does that continue for some time at that location?
Yes, sir. From at least 3:10 PM to 3:51 PM, about 40 minutes.
One brief moment, Your Honor. Thank you very much, Mr. Bailey. No further questions by the state.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Bailey, good afternoon. My name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell, okay?
Yep. Yes, sir.
All right. Now, let me just back up to when someone has, let me back up. Ankle monitor. I know it seems self-explanatory, but could you just explain what it is?
Yes, sir.
I'm talking about the device itself.
Yes, sir. So it's a kind of like a bracelet that goes on the ankle. There's a black box portion of it that contains the electronics to record GPS location data. And like I said, the cellular modem to communicate that data to the system. Then there's a strap that wraps around the person's leg from the device back to itself and secures it.
Okay, when you say a strap, are you talking about like a Velcro strap that can be taken on and off easily, or?
A hard plastic strap.
Okay. And for instance, if I'm getting an ankle monitor, do I just put it on myself, or does someone else put it on?
Typically someone from the service provider, the company would have to come and install it.
Okay. And without getting into exact words, if someone is putting an ankle monitor on my leg, your company, would you explain what it is, explain how it works, and explain the data it collects to me when you're putting it on my leg?
Generally, yes, sir.
Okay. So in your experience and expertise, someone wearing one of your ankle monitors would know what it's doing, know the data it collects, and know that you will be getting, be a recipient of that data, correct?
Typically, yes, sir.
Okay. In other words, the person wearing the monitor knows they're being monitored.
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay. Let's talk about the battery issue. I know that you testified that typically, if I were to charge my ankle monitor for 2 hours, it would be good for a day.
Yes, sir.
Okay. How would I charge my ankle monitor?
So there's a proprietary charging cable that is issued to the person when they get the ankle monitor. It's standard, plug one end of the wall and the other end attaches to the monitor.
Okay. And how many chargers do you typically give each person that's getting an ankle monitor?
One at time of install.
Okay. So there's no car charger like we have for phones?
No, sir. The manufacturer recommends not to do any kind of car charging.
Okay. And so to charge my ankle monitor, I would have to plug it into the wall, plug the charger into the wall, typical outlet, I'm assuming, in a house.
Yes, sir.
All right. And then plug it into my monitor to charge it, but the monitor stays on my leg.
Right. Yes, sir.
Okay. So when we say you got to plug it in for 2 hours. Typically what we're saying is you got to be still for 2 hours while your leg has a device on it that's connected to the wall.
Right, yes, sir.
Cool. Now, in your experience, I think you testified that about a critical battery and then the battery running out on Mr. Stillwell's monitor on the evening or the early morning of March 15th.
Yes, sir.
Okay, cool. You've been doing this for a while. Mr. Stillwell's not the only person that's ever had a dead battery on his ankle monitor, is he?
No, sir.
It's quite common.
I'm not sure it's common is the right word, but it definitely does happen, yes.
Okay. And in fact, you know, the states or prosecutors focus on March 15th. Mr. Stillwell, you have his records of troubles with his battery going back to when he got the monitor, correct?
Could you clarify?
Well, you've displayed, or the state has displayed all these Excel with minute-to-minute updates and everything else. We can look at those records to determine if Mr. Stillwell has had problems with his battery in the past, or if it was just on March 14th, correct?
Insofar as the battery dying, yes, yeah.
Yeah.
I believe the event report goes further back than that.
Do you have the event report in front of you?
I do not. That's, I guess, on this CD, but not on paper.
Okay. I don't. We're looking at the printed out copy of the event report.
Yes, sir.
Like, refresh your recollection.
Mhm.
Okay, that approach. All right. That goes back to beginning of January 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it goes till March 17th of 2022, isn't that correct?
March 18th was the last
Okay.
event prior to when the terminated out of the system in September, but yes.
Okay. Let's just start, let's just, for time's sake, begin on February 1st.
Okay.
Okay. February 1st, going into February 2nd on Mr. Stillwell's ankle monitor. At 6:18 p.m. on February 1st, there was a low battery.
Yes, sir.
Okay. 10:28 p.m., battery critical, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. 2:48 a.m. on February 2nd of 2022, location failure, correct?
Correct. Yes, sir.
The battery's dead, correct?
At some point prior to that, it would be dead. Yes, sir.
Okay. 2:50 a.m. potential dead battery on February 2nd.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and it's not plugged in until 10:50 a.m. on February 2nd. Says AC plug-in, correct?
Right. Yes, sir.
All right, let's go to February 4th. 5:10 p.m. low battery, correct?
Yes, sir.
8:09 p.m. battery critical, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, February 7th. 6:24 p.m. low battery, correct?
February 7th.
Yeah.
February 7th, 6:24 p.m. low battery. Yes, sir.
9:43 p.m. battery critical, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to February 12th going into the 13th.
Okay.
8:50 p.m. low battery.
Yes,
correct?
sir. Yes.
12:46 a.m. on February 13th, battery critical.
Yes, sir.
Okay. On February 25th.
Yes, sir.
8:58 a.m. low battery, correct?
Correct.
1 o'clock p.m. battery critical, correct?
Correct.
4:55 p.m. potential dead battery, correct?
Correct. Yes, sir.
All right. And on that particular instance, the charger stayed uncharged or dead for some time, correct?
Correct. March 25th or February 25th through March 3rd.
Okay. So we're talking about 7 days,
Yes, sir.
approximately, February 28
take
days, maybe 6 days.
6 days, yeah.
All right, cool. March 4th, going into the 5th.
Yes.
8:57 p.m., low battery.
Yes, sir.
12:20 a.m. on March 5th, battery critical, correct?
Correct.
4:45 a.m., potential dead battery.
Correct.
Okay, let's look at March 7th going into the 8th.
Okay.
9:04 p.m., low battery, correct?
Yes, sir.
March 8th at 12:34 a.m., battery critical, correct?
Yes, sir.
March 8th, 5:13 a.m., potential dead battery.
Yes, sir.
All right. March 8th, later on that day, 2:21 p.m., low battery.
Correct.
5:58 p.m., battery critical.
Correct.
9:48 p.m., potential dead battery.
Correct. Yes, sir.
All right. March 10th, going into the 11th of 2022. 11:47 p.m., low battery, correct?
Correct.
March 11th, 3:32 a.m., battery critical, correct?
Correct.
8:10 a.m., potential dead battery.
Correct.
All right. So in that month and 10 days that we just reviewed, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, we had 9 different battery events, correct?
Correct. Yes, sir.
And that's what we had on March 14th as well, correct? A battery event.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Not his first one,
Correct. No,
not
sir.
his only one.
No, sir.
Now, here's the thing about the battery event. March 14th at 10 p.m., it was working, right?
March 14th at 10 p.m. I think, yes, sir. Yeah, it was.
Right. It's that monitor that he was wearing that allows you to put him on Windsor Street, correct?
Correct. Yes, sir.
Okay, so we're talking about dead batteries. March 10th, 10 p.m., the battery is still working.
March 10th at 10 p.m.
Excuse me, March 14th, 10 p.m.
March 14th, 10. Yes, sir.
Still working.
Yes, sir.
All right. So now, other than just hoping your battery runs out, there's other ways to stop a monitoring company from tracking you, correct?
Yes, sir.
You could smash the monitoring device, correct?
Yes, sir.
You could also, and this is quite common, you could gnaw at with a knife and cut off the monitor from your leg if you didn't want someone to monitor you.
Yes, sir.
If you wanted to hide your location, you could do that.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. Was Mr. Stillwell's monitor smashed?
No, sir. Either of those two scenarios, the device can tell if it's been smashed or if the strap is cut, and it would show an event.
Mr. Stillwell didn't cut off the device either, did he?
Doesn't appear to, no, sir.
Okay. And in fact, at 10 o'clock on March 14th, the device was working just fine. It just needed to be charged eventually.
Yes, sir.
All right. And let me just ask you one more thing. When you were going through those locations on March 14th, 15th, and you Googled different addresses in?
Mhm.
Okay. Do you remember at 10:55 p.m. on the 14th, and this is in the stop report, 600 Interchange Drive, Southwest?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and the state asked you to Google those addresses to figure out what's there, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you, in fact, Googled the addresses and printed out pictures of what Google Maps says is at that location, 600 Interchange Drive, correct?
The state asked me to review them, but these are the state's
Okay.
Commissioners printed these, but yes, sir.
So they printed them out and asked you to review them.
But I have Googled these addresses as well.
Okay. 600 Interchange Drive, your monitor was showing Mr. Stillwell there on 3/14/22 at 10:55 PM, correct?
Yes,
And that was the first location in your stop report from the Windsor Drive, or excuse me, Windsor Street address, correct?
yes, sir.
All right, do you have that picture of 600 Interchange Drive?
I do. Yes, sir.
Could you publish that for me? Okay, and this is where the monitor puts Mr. Stillwell at 10:55 PM on March 14th, 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and have you been to that location?
I have not, no, sir.
Do you know if there is in fact a recording studio at that location?
I do not.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
No question.
Redirect?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Your Honor, can I have a 30-second approach with you and Mr.
Yeah.
Sharp real quick? On cross, you were asked about cutting off an ankle monitor, smashing an ankle monitor. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
What happens when that occurs in terms of in the system?
There's an event recorded. If the device were to be smashed and separated, that shows up as a device tamper. Or if the device's strap were to be cut, that would show up as an event for a strap tamper.
And if the battery dies for whatever reason, does that show up as anything other than communication failure or low battery critical?
No, sir.
Now, you had mentioned about the charging is about 2 hours.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Is the charging of an ankle monitor in terms of the time any different than charging your phone at night?
No, sir. That's typically the analogy we use is you have to charge your phone every day. You have to charge your ankle monitor.
And is the person wearing the ankle monitor responsible for charging the ankle monitor and making sure that it is active?
Yes, sir.
And they are notified when the battery begins to get low. Is that fair?
By the device itself, by a vibration. And if they were to look at the device, they would see a flashing red.
And on cross, you were asked about other times that the device stopped working or was not registering data. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Does that event details, that same document that you were looking at, show you when the device is plugged back in to be charged?
Yes, sir.
So for those gaps of time where there's no data, the device is not being plugged in to be recharged. Is that fair to say?
Correct. Yes, sir.
And you also had mentioned that the battery critical warning, there's a window of time for when it can die. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
So would the person wearing the ankle monitor know exactly to the minute when their battery would stop communicating with the monitoring company after that vibrating low battery?
Not to the minute. I mean, you could presume, like I said, there's a flashing light that continues from low battery through critical battery to dead. So if you were to literally watch the ankle monitor and see the light stop flashing, you could assume it's dead at that point. But
Before that light stopped flashing, would you know exactly how many minutes left before that specific battery dies?
no, sir.
And we had on cross, you were asked about that window of time, March 14th, March 15th. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
And with the event detail data, or excuse me, the event report data, the Excel spreadsheet that we looked at, do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Is it fair or not fair to say that within less than an hour from 10 p.m. on March 14th, 2022, the battery or the ankle monitor for Shannon Jackson did not return a signal for roughly 48 hours?
Yes, sir.
No further questions. Thank you, Mr. Bailey.
Okay, yes, sir.
Or you want me to ask one last question? My apologies. What happens when there's an alert for a device tamper or tamper with the strap?
Can you clarify what?
When you had mentioned the device getting separated or the ankle monitor being physically cut, you said it's a tampering notification. What happens with that notification?
Oh, typically someone in our office would immediately get like a text message and an email, and the way the system is oriented on the computer screen for us, that person moves from wherever they were alphabetically to the very top, and there's a flashing red light. It's a high alert for a tamper, and one of our employees would then call the person, see if it's something happened out of their control, and see if we can get them in to get it corrected, or if there's belief that there's an issue for public safety, we might call 911 and ask law enforcement to respond to the location. But tampers are addressed as soon as possible by our staff to make sure the device is still functioning and on a person.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. No further questions.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Bailey, I believe either you or the prosecutor said tampering. Charging a monitor is like charging a cell phone.
Like I said, that's the analogy we use. You have to charge a phone, you have to charge a monitor.
Right. I mean, that's fine as an analogy, but do you connect your cell phone to your body when you're charging it?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you have a car charger and a travel charger for yourself?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And about these alerts, you never received a device tamper alert. Bottom line is you never received a device tamper alert for Mr. Stillwell with his
No,
ankle.
sir.
And you never received a strap tamper alert.
No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you for your time. You are excused. Call your next witness. And are y'all going in order? Is our next?
No, we had to go slightly out.
Okay.
Your Honor, the state calls Michael Sayas.
Jurors, if y'all need to stand and stretch or anything while he's making his way in, go ahead and do that.
affirm testimony you give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Spell your first and last name for the mic, for the courts. Allow me to do that, please.
All right. First name Michael, last name Sias, Syass.
Good afternoon, Mr. Sias.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Sias, please tell the jury where you reside
East Point, Georgia.
and how long have you resided in East Point?
4 going on 5 years.
Okay. And I know you're wearing a mask, but can you just speak it to the mic a little bit?
Yes, sir. 4 to 5 years.
Thank you. Mr. Sias, on or about March 17th, 2022, did you report finding a gun to the police?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what you were doing when you found the gun?
I was walking my dog up the street,
Okay. And when you say street, what street?
Metal Art Drive,
Okay. And where did you find the gun?
off to the side in the field near a fence.
Okay. Permission to approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Mr. Sias, I'm now showing you what's been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 398 Victor Victor through 403 Victor Victor.
Okay.
Do you recognize what I've just handed you?
Yes, this is the street going down to my block.
And how do you recognize those photos?
I walk down this street every day.
Okay. Is it a fair and accurate depiction of the area where you found the gun that you reported?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, this time the state moves to admit 398 Victor Victor through 403 Victor Victor.
Admitted.
Thank you. I'm now going to go ahead and publish, permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
Thank you. Now going to publish 398 Victor Victor. And right in front of your right hand, Mr. Sias, is a pointer. It looks like a marker on the top of the desk.
Mm-hmm.
And if you could turn around at a screen on 398 Victor Victor, can you kind of orient the jury on what's depicted in 398 Victor Victor?
The street leading down to my house.
Okay, and what street is this?
Metal Art Drive.
Okay. I'm now going to go ahead and publish 399 Victor Victor. And tell the jury what's depicted in 399 Victor Victor.
The road leading down to my house, the area where I found the gun at.
Okay. And I'm just going to go back just briefly. 398 Victor Victor. And is this the entrance of Meadow Lark?
Yes, that's the street leading up to Ben Hill.
Okay. I'm now going to publish 400 Victor Victor. And can you tell the jury what's depicted in 400 Victor Victor?
The area where I found the gun at.
Okay. And can you, with that pointer?
Right in that area. Right in that area right there.
Okay. And if it's easier, you can stand and turn, and it's up to whatever easy for you. Okay.
My arms are long.
I'm now going to publish 401 Victor Victor. And can you tell the states what's depicted in 401 Victor Victor?
The area where I found the gun at.
Okay. And can you highlight again with the pointer?
Right in that area right there.
Okay. I'm now going to publish 403 Victor Victor. And can you tell the jury what's depicted in 403 Victor Victor?
This is the street leading down to my house.
Okay.
This is Meadow Lark Drive.
Okay. Now, if you continue to travel north on Meadow Lark Drive,
that leads to Meadow Lark Lane.
okay. And if you're going towards Meadow Lark Lane, would you run into 2841 Meadow Lark Drive?
Yes, that's going down the block.
Okay. Towards your home.
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you found the gun, can you describe the gun for the jury?
Black gun. It was a black gun. I don't know guns like that. It was a gun.
Sure, sure. And after the finding the gun, what did you do?
Called the police.
And did the police respond to your call?
Yes, officer came out and I guess stayed in the area.
Did the officers collect that gun?
I believe so. I left.
Okay.
I went to work.
Now, in the time that you lived in that neighborhood and, you know, walked your dog, have you ever found like a random gun on the side of the road?
No.
Nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
Questions for this witness? All right.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you for your time. You're excused. Call your next witness.
State calls Detective Starks.
Okay. So this next witness is, thank you.
Yes.
Raise your right hand. You swear affirm testimony to be within the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. State your first initial, last name, spell it. First initial J, last name Starks, Starks.
Good afternoon, Detective Starks.
Good afternoon.
Detective Starks, are you employed?
Yes, sir.
And where are you employed?
With the City of Atlanta Police Department,
And how long have you been with the City of Atlanta PD?
since around 2012.
All right. And can you tell the jury what unit you are assigned to?
Yes, sir. I'm assigned to the gang unit.
On or about March 17, 2022, what unit were you assigned to?
The gang unit.
Can you tell the jury some of what your role and your responsibilities were within the gang unit?
Yes, sir. So I'm a detective. We investigate predicate acts such as aggravated assault, homicides, robberies, entering autos, auto thefts. And we basically go out and investigate those crimes and add gang charges if applicable. So we document, we interview witnesses, victims, interview suspects, do undercover work, stuff like that.
Okay. Now, turning your attention to March 17th, 2022, were you requested to assist the gang unit with locating a suspect vehicle involved in a homicide?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what type of vehicle were you looking for?
It was an Audi A5.
And where did you locate this vehicle?
So I was hungry, so I went to Chick-fil-A off of Cleveland Avenue. I was going to order some food, and while I was in the drive-through, the vehicle drove through.
Okay. I'm now going to publish 397, Victor Victor, what's already been admitted. Oh, Juliet, 397, Victor Victor, Juliet. And Detective Starks, is this the Chick-fil-A that you just referenced?
Yes, sir.
Now, can you tell the jury what caused you to locate this vehicle?
So that morning, when I arrived to work, my supervisor handed me a bolo, and he told me to look out for this vehicle in the area of Cleveland Avenue. So, like I said, I was hungry, so I drove to the area. I went up and down Cleveland, did not locate it. And then when I pulled into the Chick-fil-A restaurant, that's when I located it.
Okay. Do you recall the what state issued license plate that
Yes, sir. It was Maryland.
Maryland tag?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, after locating the vehicle, what did you do?
I immediately, so it pulled behind me. So I pulled back out the line and I pulled behind it, like 3 or 4 cars behind it to verify the tag. Once I verified the tag, I raised my supervisor and support units to come help, with a traffic stop. I raised our air unit, our auto theft unit, and more undercover officers to come in the area.
Okay. And I know you just briefly said it, but can you tell what law enforcement agencies also assisted?
Yes, it was East Point, Georgia State Patrol, and Atlanta Police Department.
Okay. And what else did you do?
I gave out I verified the tag and gave it over the radio. I advised them what the place he was in line, like in the drive-through line. And when it took a long time for the food to come, so I guess they got the food. So it took like maybe 20 minutes, and then I guess they pulled out, and then I advised them responding units the direction of travel.
And what was that direction of travel?
It made a right out of Chick-fil-A. I believe that's going back west.
And did that complete your involvement in this case?
Yes, sir.
Court's indulgence, Your Honor.
All right, questions for this witness?
Investigator Starks, good afternoon. Max Shard, I represent Shannon Stillwell. As part of your work in this case, were you able to review a FedEx video?
No, sir.
From March 14th of 2022?
No, sir.
Okay. And did you take part, I know that you said you raised other units. Did you take part in any sort of apprehension of Mr. Stillwell on March 17th?
I drove to the area, but I did not participate because I was undercover, so I did not do anything to apprehend him.
Fair enough. Okay. So let me just ask you this then. You, other than when you were getting lunch,
yes,
when you actually found the car,
Mhm.
That day earlier, you were looking for Mr. Stillwell because there was an arrest warrant for him.
I was looking for the vehicle.
Okay.
Per se.
Okay. You were looking for a particular vehicle. That information had been given you emanating from Detective Hogan to be on the lookout for this vehicle, so an arrest could be made. Is that fair to say?
No, sir. So my supervisor just gave me a bolo with a vehicle with the tag description and said, "Hey, this vehicle was involved in a homicide. It should be around the Cleveland area, and look for it."
Okay. All right. What was that description you were given?
A white Audi A5 with a Maryland tag. I don't recall the tag.
What about tints?
The car was tinted because I could not see the occupants of the vehicle when I was in Chick-fil-A.
Right. You could not.
No, the windows were up.
Okay. Exactly. So you were looking for a white Audi A5 with Maryland tags.
Yes, sir.
All right. And now, in your experience as an officer, this is not the first time you were looking for a specific vehicle, is it?
No, sir. It's not the first
Okay.
time.
In your experience, sometimes when you're looking for vehicles for law enforcement purposes, people ditch the vehicles or hide the vehicles or put them in a garage or put them up, correct?
That's a fair statement.
Okay. Other times, people might get a wrap. You know what a wrap is? Like a paint job?
Yes.
A wrap or a paint job on a vehicle to change the appearance of the vehicle.
Yes.
Right?
Yes, sir.
Other times, people might get a different license tag number and take off the tag that they normally have on the vehicle and put on a different tag number, right?
Yes.
All to throw you off because they know that you're looking for them or they believe that you're looking for them.
Yes.
Okay. In this particular case, when you were looking for a white Audi A5 with Maryland tags, was the Audi in fact still white?
Yes.
Did it in fact still have Maryland tags?
Yes.
Did it in fact still have the same license number as you were given as part of the BOLO?
It had to because, like I said, I verified the tag and everybody came to the location and verified it was the correct tag when I gave it over the radio.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you for your time. Here's your next student's gonna be.
Sergeant Newman, the Phoenix camera.
Okay, that won't take long, right?
About
We need a
15.
break? Break?
Yeah, we have a-
Okay, all right, let's take a quick break.
All right, so we're-
Any matters for the record before we break?
Just for the next witness, Your Honor, just so the record's clear. And Mr. Sharp and Ms. Wines both looked at it. The video that we're using, the part where it says anything about anybody being armed and dangerous has been redacted.
Okay.
So there's no issues from my understanding with the audio.
Right. On an entirely other
Sergeant Newman's going to be the next witness.
Okay. What's your last name? Okay. All right, everybody rise for the jury, please. Thank you. You can swear our next witness.
You raise your right hand. You swear for testimony you give. What? Oh, you swear for testimony you give today the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Absolutely. State and spell your first and last name. No, just twist it off.
Chris Newman, CHRISNEWMAN,
And how are you employed?
Sergeant with the City of Atlanta Police Department
And how long have you served as a sergeant with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
since 2019.
If you can briefly tell the jury about your career with the Atlanta Police Department.
I started out as patrol officer in Zone 3 and Zone 2, 2012. Then I transitioned to the aviation unit as an officer in 2018. Got promoted to sergeant, went to Zone 5 as a sergeant, and then I went back to the aviation unit in 2019. And then as of January this year, I've been helping out with the construction site of the new police academy.
Sergeant, if you don't mind just pulling, that mic moves, that shorter one, just pull it towards you so you can talk into it. Thank you.
Okay.
If you can tell the jurors your job duties and responsibilities as both an officer and a sergeant with the aviation unit.
So as an officer, my responsibilities were as what we call a tactical flight officer. So basically the officer that works the camera systems, the radio systems, and the spotlight systems, and communicates with officers on the ground in the helicopter.
And when you start off in the aviation unit, do you start off as a tactical officer?
Yes, kind of the pathway is you start as a tactical flight officer, and then then you can become a pilot if you transition into that.
And as a supervisor, what are your job duties and responsibilities with the aviation unit?
So my responsibilities were twofold. Main responsibilities were tactical flight officer and a pilot in command, as well as various administrative responsibilities.
Now, what types of calls will the aviation unit assist on?
Anything from helping locate missing persons, providing overwatch for parades or dignitary visits, or assisting with pursuits, police chases.
I want to direct your attention to March 17th, 2022. Did you have the occasion to assist the homicide and gang unit with a pursuit call?
Yes.
How did you get involved with assisting with that pursuit call?
That day I was performing the duties as a tactical flight officer, and we were requested to assist follow a white Audi.
And where is the aviation unit housed?
Hartsfield.
Once you received the call, what, if anything, did you do?
We had to get to the helicopter, start it up, and then get airborne and get this. My responsibility is get the systems going, camera system, radio systems, and then transit to the call.
And when you say get them going, what do you mean?
Turn them on.
Is there anything else you have to get in order to actually assist the police officers? Like what has to happen with the actual system itself?
So after we turn it on, the GPS systems has to sync on the camera. so it can get the GPS location log for the camera system and the mapping system.
And is your pursuit video and audio recorded?
Yes,
And have you had the opportunity to review that pursuit from March 17, 2022 in preparation for your testimony today?
yes.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's going to be marked as 337 BV. Tell me if you recognize 337 BV.
Yes.
And how do you recognize it?
It's the video we watched earlier, and I signed it. And I signed it. Yeah.
And did that appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of the pursuit from March 17, 2022 involving that white Audi?
Yes.
Did there appear to be any additions or deletions?
No.
Here at this time, the state would like to admit City 337 BV into evidence.
Admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may.
From the airport to where you first encountered seeing the white Audi, about how long did it take to travel that distance?
I remember East Point's pretty close, so it was a couple minutes, if that.
And when you are serving and assisting, do you take over the responsibilities of kind of navigating the other vehicles that are in the pursuit on the direction of travel of your target vehicle?
Yes.
Now, if you just orient the jury to where we are when we first, if you can orient the jury to the green items that are contained on the screen that we're looking at.
So if you just, let's start out the top left. You just have the date and time, and then we'll go clockwise around. So the next items are camera settings all the way at the top. And then the bottom right corner is where the camera is pointing location. Right now, the GPS system is still syncing, so it doesn't have a latitude and longitude yet. It takes a couple minutes for that to sync. And then if you continue going to the middle, you says IR cooling. That's just the infrared system has to cool down. It takes a certain amount of time. And then the bottom left is the actual aircraft location, latitude and longitude. And if you continue up along the left side, the middle of the left side is the orientation of where the camera is pointing in relation to the helicopter.
I got enough UCs in the area. Yeah, I got a blunt in Cleveland, so when he pulls out, I can pick him up. I'm at Chevron, just about 285. Call the first one, working off on Cleveland. Right there, for bullets. Get to the marshals that's coming high for a minute. I'm going to see. That will be across the street. So if you call us, you want to drop the 2 checks and we'll be checking. That's where I got it. But you get somebody going the other way. I don't think that's perfect. There's actually East Point Police out here in the parking lot of East Point, on Chick-fil-A. Yeah, you working at 88. Hey, you know, before the market, what's the good 5 location? It's 26, right? Hey, make it Cleveland Metro for y'all. So. Okay, gotcha. So the week dances the birds, the dances the birds, we got one more kids. Let's get them in the parking lot versus them getting in.
Hey, Phoenix, that's a negative. Our mapping system isn't up yet. Give us another little bit.
All right, y'all. I'm still behind on for reference. Like I said, white Audi 85, Maryland for 8 David David 7071. Black male, tattoo under his left eye with red or pink beanie on. He starts to yell dread. Until his hair on the beanie.
All right, one on, please. All right, Phoenix, we got our mapping system up. We can call it.
1840 Real Line, we got GSP behind us. And then there's an entrance and exit off of Cleveland Avenue. And we're progressing towards the drive-out window right now. I can't see around the curve, but I'm thinking, it looks like he's pulling out now, y'all. Y'all might want to go ahead and call it Phoenix.
All right, yeah, he's pulling out to Cleveland Avenue exit. All right, he's making a right turn westbound on Cleveland Avenue.
Okay, the units have the westbound on Cleveland.
And again, so everybody knows, it's a white four-door Audi.
We are going to be in pursuit. We're currently westbound.
Okay, that's a white Audi. What?
Yeah, from radio. I can have the radio. You don't need to, you can cancel the repeat. Coming up to Normanberry, continuing westbound through Normanberry, still westbound on Cleveland. And he's driving normally, only about 40 to 50.
Sorry, you understand by until we get GSP or another more unit with you before you engage.
All right, he stopped at the red light, Cleveland and Harris, making a right turn northbound on Harris Street from Cleveland.
Hey, if I'm in Cleveland Metro, I need to go east or west. I got GSP behind me.
Westbound, he's at Normanberry, Harrison, Normanberry.
Have you already passed Metro?
Yeah, he's in East Point. Westbound, left turn on Normanberry from Harris Street. All right, left turn southbound on North Martin Street. If anybody can 6-2 over to MA3, East Point's running a joint detail. They got a bunch of units out. No, he made a left turn southbound on North Martin Street. Now he's back at Cleveland Avenue intersection, making a continuing straight southbound on North Martin from Cleveland Avenue.
Yeah, 2503 there. We'll take the radio.
All right, he's at Irene Kidd Parkway, right turn westbound on Irene Kidd Parkway, coming up to Central Avenue. Irene Kidd Parkway turns into Washington Road, so he's continuing westbound on Washington Road from Central Avenue. All right, he's at the intersection with Main Street, Washington Road and Main Street, making a right turn northbound on Main Street from Washington.
All right, he's making a left turn onto Dorsey Avenue, westbound on Dorsey Ave from Main Street. All right, he's coming up to East Point Street. All right, right turn the wrong way, northbound on East Point Street. So he's against traffic, coming up to Thompson Avenue. All right, he's making a left turn westbound on Thompson Avenue from East Point Street. All right, coming up to Church Street. Southbound on Church Street from Thompson. Made a right turn westbound on Dorsey Ave from Church Street. Passing Cheney Street, still west on Dorsey. At the dead end with Sims, left turn southbound on Sims Street from Dorsey. Coming back out to Washington Road. So Washington Road at Sims. Made a right turn westbound on Washington Road from Sims.
All right, Tower, please, sir. Well, we're currently westbound, but we're going to slowly be pushing southwestbound from here. Everyone, Roger. It is a slow moving. We don't have units behind it yet.
All right, passing 8th Street on Washington Road. He's doing about 50 to 60 miles an hour. All right, coming up to Ben Hills, making a right turn westbound on Ben Hill. All right, he's coming up to the intersection with Delow. So he's on Ben Hill facing westbound at the intersection with Delow. All right, he's passing cars now, westbound, passing Delow. All right, Ben Hill Road bends northbound, so he's north on Ben Hill Road. All right, Ben Hill bends back westbound, so he's continuing westbound on Ben Hill Road, 2300 block, coming up to Meadowlark Drive.
APD was behind last floor with a GSP 10-3. GSP Washington 10-3.
All right, he's making a left turn southbound on Meadowlark Drive.
Drop away at APD with GSP 10-3.
All right, this is the neighborhood he turned into.
Well, you got East Point behind it. They're on MA3.
All right, receive. If they can switch over to SOS. Meadowlark bends westbound. So he's westbound on Meadowlark, coming up the Boulder Way. All right, he's pulling into a driveway. 2481 Meadowlark Drive. Driver is he got two running. Driver has a maroon colored beanie on, black jacket, blue jeans. They're both running northbound behind 2481 Meadowlark Drive.
Tower, one pursuit over on station. You got two East Point behind him.
Everyone out there will be looking. All right, somebody get behind 2471 Meadowlark.
Towards Ord Drive.
All right, somebody get onto Ord Drive will be the north side of perimeter. All right, Phoenix, be advised, I lost eyes on the one I was tracking.
They advised on MA3, they got several gunpoint behind their house. They need some help. Can you give us a location right here?
2481 Meadowlark Drive.
It's a White House.
If any units on the ground can confirm that they have both at gunpoint.
Yes.
All right, copy that. They got both of them. One of them threw a bag directly on the 3 side behind 2481 Meadowlark, black book bag.
Okay. Okay, we got everybody secured. Got a GSP unit here at Meadowlark. I'm not sure the numbers here with firearms recall.
Sergeant Klein, it's
Hey, come on, go ahead.
are you down there on scene with GSP? Did they recover the book bag?
Oh, 3 to Lieutenant Wolfo. I think we got you, guy.
Now, just a few questions. When the screen goes from, it changes like black and white or like a grayish color, what is happening there?
I'm just switching from what we call the daylight camera to the infrared camera.
And what will be your purpose of switching from the daylight camera to the infrared camera?
As you can see, with all the tree coverage, sometimes it's easier to continue following the vehicle when you switch to the IR camera.
Now, when you first saw the 2 individuals get out of the car, you described one of them having a beanie on his head.
Yes.
When they were walking back towards the street, did you see either of them with a beanie on their head?
I don't recall.
And while we're pulling it up, when you had to switch to MA3, what did that mean?
Just switching radio channels.
Do you see the individual in the blue jeans?
Yes.
Do you see him with a beanie on his head? With that same pink beanie that you saw earlier?
Doesn't look like it.
Okay. And do you see the individual with the white shirt on and the black jacket?
Yes.
Do you see that individual with the beanie on his head?
No.
Course indulgence for me. I have no further questions.
Mr. Abate, could you please just cue to 1404? Good afternoon, Sergeant Newman. My name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell, okay? There's a lot of voices on that video, so correct me if I'm wrong. I believe your voice can be heard saying that you saw someone throw something in the bushes or throw a bag in the bushes.
Correct.
Your Honor, I'll ask permission to publish what was just shown, just beginning at 14:04. Yes, please.
Northbound behind 2481 Meadowlark Drive. Tower 1 pursuit over on station.
You got 2 East Point behind him.
I'm sorry, sir. Is
Go on,
this after they pulled in?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry, Mr. Abate. Could you just, as they're pulling? My apologies.
Coming up the Boulder Way. All right, he's pulling into a driveway. 2481 Meadowlark Drive.
Okay. At this point, and you have the vantage point, you're the eye in the sky at this point, correct?
Yes.
And even though you're in a helicopter, which would be scary to me, you're able to look down on the ground and see what's going on as you're in a helicopter, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you just saw the man in the pink beanie get out the driver's side, correct?
Yes.
Get out the white Audi with tinted windows.
Correct.
All right. And then you see another gentleman get out the passenger side.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Abate, could you just play?
Driver is he got two running. Driver has a maroon colored.
It's okay. It's not. You were able to see who had the book bag, correct?
Yes.
Was it the driver or the passenger?
Passenger.
Okay. And it's the passenger that you saw discard the book bag into the bushes, correct?
Yes.
All right. And, that's all I have. Thank you.
Anything? Any redirect?
No redirect.
All right, thank you for your time. You are excused. Call your next witness.
State cause, Alan Glover.
Okay.
Raise your hand. You swear to testimony you give the truth,